Worry, Cal. This was a therapeutic session. Karen gave her a little wave behind me. Everything is under control. Completely consensual. I forced out a grin. Shit, he had given me a black eye. I could feel it swelling. Need anything, baby? I was calling her baby now, while my dick wasn't shoved in one of her holes. I was right. I was a goner, and the place I was headed to was right into a deep depression when she bailed on my ass. I came in early to help Ryland do some filing. She trailed off, still looking unsure, and ended up scrubbing puke off the bathroom floor because Katie has food poisoning. Been doing that for 30 minutes. Who the fuck was Katie? Your maitre d'? Cal frowned as if reading my thoughts. She's been working here since the day you opened. Poor Dot. I tugged her by the shirt, wrapping her in a hug. Next time let me know and I'll send someone else to clean that up. Are you sure you're okay? She frowned. Never been better. Cool. So, whose dick do I have to suck to get a margarita around here? She sniffled into my shirt. Kieran and I answered in unison. Mine, I growled. His, he swallowed. He scraped himself off my floor, limping his way past my door while keeping his distance from Cal. He was bleeding all over my engineered hardwood. See you later, folks. Enjoy one another. Maybe fuckface wasn't so bad after all.
Chapter 53. Cal. Obituary. What's your favorite fantasy? McMonster. You taking it from behind while I fuck you so hard against my chef station, your pelvic bones almost snap. Obituary. Dirtiest fantasy? McMonster. Same thing, but we accidentally spilled lukewarm bone broth all over ourselves. That shit stinks. McMonster. Your turn. Obituary. You fucking me in a recording room? McMonster. Into it. Why a recording room? Obituary. Because that means that I've made it. Chapter 54. Cal. Doll parts. Whole. Ro fed me brown sugar mooncakes and passion fruit margaritas my entire shift, which was lovely because the place was so busy. I definitely needed the pick-me-up. We all did, to be honest, which was why I snuck some of the margaritas to other servers and busboys each time I made a pit stop in the kitchen. When I came in for my 8th margarita in 2 hours, Ro curled his fingers around my wrist with a frown, my hand holding the fancy drinkware, the pink Himalayan salt gracing the rim. How are you not shit-faced? We both leaned against the butcher block of his station, his body pinning mine. Everyone in the kitchen was watching us curiously, unused to seeing Ro giving anyone special attention. My chest blossomed with pride. Us Russians can hold our drink. I smiled innocently. Us Italians can smell bullshit from 3 states over. He touched his nose to mine. No intoxicating my staff, little Dot. It's not fair that I'm the only one who gets to drink while on shift. He dipped his head down, his lips grazing my ear. It's not fair that you'll need to accommodate 11 inches after spending the entire night on your feet. I gasped. I thought Ryland was supposed to leave early today. He bit the tip of my ear teasingly, giving my ass a smack. Brat. Now get off my station. You're contaminating it with your germs. Rearing my head back, I flashed him a pout. Thought you liked my germs. I do. I'd keep them as pets if I could. Unfortunately, my customers don't share the same level of obsession. You mean admiration? I said what I said. With another pat on my ass, he sent me on my way. The rest of the shift was a hectic blur, which was how I forgot to hand over the check to one of my tables. It was only when I zipped past the 2 patrons, 30-something sharp-looking businessmen who appeared out of place in Staindrop and saw their pissed-off faces that I realized they had asked for the check 10 minutes ago. "My apologies, gentlemen. I'll be right back with your check." I bowed, swiftly making my way to the register to produce their bill. I came back with a complimentary raspberry souffle and an apologetic smile. "Here you go, on the house." I put the bill down along with their treat. One of them wrapped his fingers around my arm, stopping me from leaving. "Really? You keep us stuck here for 40 minutes and all you have to show for it is a pink biscuit?" My eyes widened, and my skin burned where he touched me like he was putting live fire to my flesh. White-hot panic coursed through me. I tried to jerk out of his grip, but he held me more firmly. "This pink biscuit costs more than your suit," I blurted out. It was the first thing that came to my anxious mind. He laughed. He had a terrible laugh, and way too much gel for something that wasn't an ultrasound stick. "Let go of my arm." My voice trembled, and so did the muscles around my eyes as I began blinking excessively. "Not before you give me your number, funny girl." My breath hitched, and I was about to do something I'd seriously regret, like toss his red wine in his face, when a growl came from behind me. "I strongly recommend you remove your hand from my girlfriend's arm unless you want to play scavenger hunt finding your own fucking fingers on the floor." Ro. My panic turned to hysteria. Because Ro was the same person who'd rearranged Kieran's face for giving me the coldest, friendliest peck in front of him. Also, girlfriend? Girlfriend? The man released me like I was made out of fire, sitting back and smoothing his shirt down. "Hey, Casablancas, I know you from TV." But Ro was not in the mood for a picture and an autograph. In fact, as soon as the man flicked his gaze up to meet his, Ro bunched the collar of his shirt in his fist and shoved him backward. His chair dangled on its two back legs, with only Ro to keep him from falling. My boyfriend shoved his face in the businessman's face and growled, "Apologize right fucking now." The man's eyes were as wide as saucers, and a sheen of sweat covered his entire face. "Sorry, man, sorry." He raised his palms up. "I had no idea she was your girlfriend. I thought she was just a waitress." "And that made it okay?" Rose stared at him incredulously. "No!" the businessman shrieked, high-pitched. "I was just messing around." Rose's fingers tightened around his collar, and I had a feeling he wasn't in complete control over himself. "Man, please let him go," the other guy said. "We're just two lowly paralegals. Came here for you, actually. We work for Tate Blackthorne." "Don't care if you work for the Pope." Ro let go of the businessman, who fell to the floor, letting out a small screech. "Get the hell out of here." He turned to me, putting his hand on my shoulder. "You okay, Dot?" I nodded, flushed and grateful and still a little distraught. "They work for the guy who is buying the land from you?" "Apparently, but I don't know them." He raked his hands over my face and hair as if taking inventory. They were shaking a little, but so was I. What were we doing, pretending like this could end in anything but heartbreak? "Ro, I'm okay. Rude customers are nothing new to me." I laced my arms around his neck, itching to kiss him, but reminding myself that this was just a fling. "You have to change jobs," he concluded. I laughed. He didn't, his nostrils flaring ruefully. Oh, he was serious. "I'm not changing jobs." "Why not?" "The tips are great." "Become a stripper. The tips will be better." "How will becoming a stripper be better?" My eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. "I'll be your only client. The pole will be in my room." A giggle ripped from my throat. "Be serious." "I am serious. I'll throw in great dental insurance. At least think about it." Rye materialized behind us. "Taking the trash out. Be right back." He put one hand on each of the men's shoulders, escorting them through the door. He had 7 inches and 100 pounds minimum on each of them and looked like a bodybuilder picking up his toddlers from school. "So," I bit down on my lip. He raised his eyebrows. "You called me your girlfriend." "Right." His sharp cheekbones stained pink, and he dipped his head to hide his embarrassment. "Wanted to scare them off. Did I do the same to you?" "I'm not scared," I lied. I was petrified. And not just because of the word, but also because of how I'd felt when he'd said it, like he'd put a crown on my head. "Yeah?" His face softened. "Yeah. In fact, I'm the opposite of scared. What would that be?" "Brave." I swiped my tongue over my lower lip. "Sounds about right. I'm feeling pretty brave recently, with you around." "But, Ro?" "Yes, Dot?" "I wasn't in your plans." "Plans change." "People don't, though." "I don't know about that. I think the good ones do. It's called growth." He drew a ragged breath and opened his mouth, about to say something more, then clamped it shut, like he'd thought better of it. "I have a call with Blackthorn after service ends. Wait up. I'll make you dinner and we can stay at the inn." "Deal." Chapter 55. Cal. All that she wants. Ace of Base. I hated Tate Blackthorn. Okay, fine, I didn't actually know him, but it was midnight, and Ro was still on the phone with him in his office upstairs. The kitchen was the kind of squeaky clean where you could eat off the floor. Pans and pots gleamed, the air conditioning was on full blast, and the only audible sound was the loud humming from industrial fridges. After I slipped out of my work clothes into a pink, woolly dress, I allowed myself to sit on the butcher block counter, dangling my feet. Sweaty, tired, and in desperate need of one more drink, I scrolled on my phone through old notes I'd made for murder mystery podcast episodes that I'd never had the courage to record. There was a good chance Ro was going to kill me. My ass was on the surface where he made ludicrously expensive microscopic food. In my defense, there was nowhere else to sit. His face was nowhere in my vicinity, there were no chairs, and the dress was brand new. "Sorry it took long." Ro waltzed in, slapping the door open and moving toward me with the sleekness of a feline zeroing in on his prey. "Hey, how was the phone call?" I was about to jump off the counter, but stopped cold when he cut into my words. "About the attitude you've been giving me ever since you returned to Staindrop." "Yes?" I blinked innocently, heart almost thundering out of my chest and humping his leg. "I'm about to fuck it out of you." He rounded the pastry station and slid between my thighs, making me spread my legs wider to accommodate him. I was surprised I could still breathe. The heat rolling off his body alone made my mouth water and my skin buzz with excitement. If you must." I tried to downplay my own desire for him. "I'm afraid I must." "Permission to push your limits?" he asked, and I loved that he did, that he put my consent above all else. I nodded, my chest expanding with fuzzy heat. "Granted." "How far?" "The farthest." I was feeling reckless and full of bravado, secure in the knowledge he would never ever hurt me.
"Your safe word is bumfuzzle,"
he informed me. Rather than fear, all I felt was excitement. Why bumfuzzle?
"Because one would never be tempted to use it as part of dirty talk."
He frowned.
"Though with you, I'm not so sure."
A nervous laughter escaped me, and I bit my lower lip. "I forgot you said only food goes on your butcher block."
"No, you didn't."
He leaned forward. I closed my eyes, bracing myself for a kiss, but the kiss never came. Instead, a sharp, snapping sound filled my ears. My eyelids ripped open, and I realized, what the fuck? He had pinned one side of my dress to the butcher block by sticking a knife into it. I repeat, he had tacked me to his butcher block with a chef's knife. "This is not the way I expected to be nailed," I piped up. I was aflame, burning with sweet ache and decadent desire. But also, was this going to turn into one of the cases I listened to on Morbid and My Favorite Murder? No, he wouldn't. Would he? If so, I was a willing victim. Dying in his hands was a lovely way to die.
"Trust me."
His eyes held mine, and I had a feeling this was an exercise in letting go, a trust fall of sorts. He wanted to bring me to the edge and show me that I was safe with him no matter what. "I trust you." My voice was steady, leveled. Ro grabbed another knife, just as big and scary, and pinned the other side of my dress to the block. I was now essentially glued to this board, completely at his mercy. My mouth hung open. His eyes were hooded, clouded with desire and determination. He grabbed a third butcher's knife from the neighboring station without moving an inch from his spot between my thighs and used the tip to tilt my chin up. Adrenaline zipped through my veins, making my entire being sore.
"I said only food goes here,"
he growled, baring his teeth. Yet somehow I wasn't scared.
"So now, Dot, I have no choice but to eat you alive. Now how does that sound?"
The pressure between my legs became almost impossible. My panties were soaked, my heat dripping a thin river down my thigh. He was pushing all my limits, pressing all my buttons, and showing me that I wasn't scared, that I knew how to trust him, myself. "Sign me up," I said breathlessly.
"Do you like fluorescent lights, Dot?"
He slid the tip of the butcher knife from my chin, down my neck, and toward the top of my dress. An excited tremor moved through me, my skin exploding with goosebumps. I hadn't even known I liked knife play. Wait, was this knife play? The blade barely touched me. There was a lot of Googling to be done when I got home. "Big fan. Huge."
"Good, baby."
With one swift motion, he tore the front of my dress with his knife, revealing my embarrassing gray Calvin Klein sports bra and my strained nipples behind it.
"Because you're about to be looking at them for some time."
He dumped the knife on the board, flattened a hand over my rib cage, and pushed me down to lie firmly on the surface. I was pretty sure the majority of my blood flow ran straight to my clit, making me lightheaded. Fisting my panties, also gray Calvin Kleins, Ro slid them down my legs and discarded them on the floor. I couldn't believe we were doing this in his kingdom, in his kitchen. He grabbed my left ankle and pressed my thigh down with his strong, capable hands, looping the back of my knee around the knife holding my dress. Then he did the same thing with my right leg, so I was spread eagle, awkwardly open wide right in front of him.
Do you have any idea how many times I've fantasized about fucking you like this?
He trailed his rough knuckles along the soft flesh of my dripping slit leisurely, taking a long, unhurried look at my cunt. My inhibitions popped like buttons after Thanksgiving dinner. Pluck, pluck, pluck. He used the tip of his finger to stroke the seam of my pussy back and forth, teasing me lazily, his hand quivering to stop himself from ravenously devouring me. My inner thighs were wet and sticky with my need for him, and I bucked my hips forward, begging for more of his touch. "A lot?" I purred, barely capable of producing words. What were thoughts, anyway? I had no recollection of having formed any. He lowered his head between my legs, pressing his entire mouth onto me and sucking my pussy whole. The pleasure was so sharp and maddening, I arched like a crescent moon and whimpered ferally at the foreign sensation.
The answer is every single minute of every single day of every single month of every single year of my fucking life since you turned 17.
He growled, his hot tongue swirling and teasing, licking and penetrating. My mouth fell open, my head lolling on the butcher block as I stared up at the ceiling while Ro's tongue disappeared between my folds, entering my narrow channel. A violent shudder ran through me. I fastened my fingers in the thick, dark strands of his hair, shuddering not only with pleasure but also with glee. I'd never been this intimate with a man before, this comfortable in my own skin. I didn't trust people. I did trust Ro. With my body, with my life, just maybe not with my heart. That was the only organ I wanted to keep for myself. He fucked me raw with his tongue while swirling his thumb over my clit. I gasped, tightening my grip on his hair. My muscles began to spasm, both from the way my legs were stretched open and an impending orgasm.
So delicious. So fucking tight.
He kissed my inner thighs, biting softly, spreading my wetness over my skin, then diving back for another lick. He began kissing his way up my body, nibbling, kissing, and tonguing, toying with my clit using his thumb.
That first time I fucked you, I thought I was going to come before I was halfway in. I couldn't believe my luck.
My eyes prickled with tears because I knew how I'd treated him not even minutes later, how I'd discarded and belittled him because I couldn't admit my feelings toward him to Dylan, to myself. "Ro, shh." My orgasm seized me, a yelp of joy tearing through my mouth as my entire body tightened and froze, hardening like a clenched fist, and then all of a sudden, heat spread over my entire body as my muscles relaxed. His lips skimmed up my stomach, tongue dipping into my belly button and swirling playfully as his fingers kept playing me like a piano, knowing all the chords, breathing life into me with music only we could hear.
I don't want to talk about the past. I want to focus on the present, and what a lovely fucking present you are.
He tugged the thin strap of my sports bra, dragging it with a trembling hand until the sound of fabric tearing assaulted my ears. Every nerve ending in my body was ablaze, my core achingly empty, begging to be filled with him. He covered my puckered nipple with his mouth and traced the areola with the tip of his tongue. Christ almighty, I was going to combust right there on his station and win him a C from the health department for unsanitary conditions. My eyes rolled in their sockets, stars exploding on the backs of my eyelids. A knock on the door snapped us out of our trance. We both froze, bolting upright, our eyes meeting in horror. Chef? I could practically hear Taylor awkwardly drawing circles with the tip of his shoe on the floor on the other end. I forgot my headphones. The door shook back and forth as Taylor tried to open it up, but it was locked from within. No fucking way I'm waiting another second to fuck you, Rose said, his eyes murderous. He flattened his entire palm against my pussy. My cunt dripped so much it slicked his hand, making it slippery. That was when I realized he had put something in me, in my pussy. A small zucchini? We're closed, Ro grumbled, eyes still trained on me as I writhed and rocked back and forth while he slid the zucchini in and out of me, a sweaty, horny mess in his Adonis arms. Fuck off, Chef. But fuck off. I cannot stress this enough. If you value your job, you'll get out of here, Ro barked. After a pause, he added, I can still hear you breathing. I said get out. The squeaks of sneakers running along the oak floor sounded, evaporating as Taylor exited the restaurant. Ro picked up a candy cane from his station, pushed my legs farther open, and grabbed my waist, scooting me to the edge. I don't like these. He played with the candy cane like it was a pen between his fingers. I find them culinarily offensive, but Rye gave me one. I like them. I licked my lips. Did I, though? I had officially been reduced to hormones and flesh. Want to experiment? Ro cocked one thick, dark brow. Yeah, I groaned. I do. With our eyes still holding one another, he began slowly pushing the candy cane through my tight hole while still shoving the zucchini into me. It was peeled, so it felt sleek and lubed as it slid in and out of me effortlessly. I chased the cold, sticky sensation of it. Just stretching you out, baby. Ro leaned between my legs to steal a dirty kiss full of tongue. I want to make sure it fits. Can't hurt you like last time. I nodded enthusiastically, wanting to be a good girl for him, to please him. The candy cane was now firmly inside my rectum, the hook poking outside for easy removal, like a tiny tail. The pressure felt delicious inside my ass. I was going to combust, I was sure of it. He moved the zucchini in and out of me, stretching my pussy, helping me get used to something bigger than my vibrator. Is this okay, sweetheart? He held the zucchini by the base, angling it up to hit my G-spot, making me shamelessly scoot down and chase more of it. It's perfect. Good, sweetheart. You're almost ready. Ro lowered down to a deep squat and fastened his teeth around the hook of the candy cane, slowly prying it out of my ass. The sensation was heavenly. I couldn't stop moving, squirming, moaning loud enough to be heard from space. I'm coming, I panted. Not until I tell you to. His teeth were locked over the hook of the candy cane, but I was moving and thrusting, not wanting him to withdraw it all the way. If it broke off and I had to spend the night at the hospital, removing seasonal sweets from my ass, I was going to kill him. Ro, I don't think I can. Ask nicely. He murmured into the seam between my pussy and my ass. And I'll give it to you. Ask not so nicely, and I might take it from you. Understand? Ro was always controlling at work, so it shouldn't surprise me he was the exact same way in bed. Please, can I come? I can't hold it anymore. Though I sort of could, and it felt really good, too. Riding that just before orgasm train a tad longer. Who owns you? You do. My breath caught as pressure built between my legs again. I would give him everything in my bank account and a large portion of my non-vital internal organs at this point to be able to come.
That's right. Come all over the zucchini, Dot.
The orgasm washed over me, and I went under willingly. Every cell in my body blossomed. He withdrew the zucchini from inside me, slam dunking it into a nearby trash can. He then used his fingers to scoop my cum from my pussy, slowly trailing them between the lips until he produced sticky, gooey cum. He popped his fingers into his mouth, devouring my desire for him, rubbing his fingertips over his teeth like my scent was pure cocaine. Ro then trailed his hand up my stomach and gave my tightened nipple a gentle slap. Delirious with pleasure and glee, I grabbed his wrist and hoisted myself up, pressing my lips against his. He opened immediately for me, whirling his tongue against mine, and we kissed deep and slow and passionate, the kind of kiss that made wet noises, the kind of kiss that tilted the world upside down and spilled its entire contents to the universe's floor.
So that sounded very unhygienic. Taylor sighed behind the door. Still here, by the way. Really need those AirPods.
My eyes widened in alarm. He came back. We must have not heard him.
I will buy you 3 pairs of AirPods if you just fuck off,
Ro growled into our kiss.
3rd generation Pro?
Taylor stressed. Little fucker. He sure knew an opportunity when he saw one.
Yes.
Taylor chuckled.
Deal.
Ro's lips rolled along my jaw, down to my neck, kissing every inch of my torso, marking me all over. He gave my nipple a tug with his teeth. Ro, I moaned. I want you to fuck me. He popped his head up, looking flushed, surprised, and ruggedly gorgeous.
That's what I'm trying to do here. It's called foreplay.
Foreplay? I blinked, confused. I've been ready for you for at least 5 weeks now. He chuckled, plastering his forehead against mine, kissing me hard. Our teeth clashed, and I fumbled with his Henley, jerking it desperately off him. As soon as it landed on the floor, I pushed him back, panting. Let me take a look. I've been wanting to ogle you peacefully since I was 14. He unpinned me from the knives and stepped back, his pecs and abs so taut they looked hand-drawn. Almost every inch of him was inked, covering sculpted muscles and skin. Macabre tattoos of Cambros and a skull with a chef hat and more. I now knew they were all designed to hide the scars his father had left behind. A constant reminder of what Ro had had to endure as a child. It was that last tattoo that gave me pause, though, of an anatomic heart with flowers spurting out of it. I remembered him telling me I reminded him of such a thing. And now I understood why. Because the flowers spurting from the heart weren't just any flowers. They were callas. I swallowed hard, burning the tattoo into memory. He ran a hand over the tattoo self-consciously, obstructing it from view.
Not getting any younger here, Dot.
But I couldn't brush it off. I hopped off the counter, standing next to him. His eyes followed me as I lowered myself and pressed a kiss to his tattoo silently. Words weren't needed, just the silence between us that told him I heard his message, loud and clear. I rose up to my full height, which still barely reached his belly button. Turn around. He frowned. Trust, remember? I raised my eyebrows. He did, spinning on his heel, his face toward the door. His back was tattooed too, but I could still see the white, jagged belts of scars on his skin. I pressed a kiss to a bumpy wound between his shoulder blades. His skin budded with goosebumps. A small hiss escaped him. "You're so beautiful," I murmured, my lips chasing the constellation of scars under his ink. Not just handsome, beautiful, in a dark, terrifying way. He was very quiet as my hands roamed his muscular arms, as I kissed every scarred inch of him. He looked like his body was dipped in gold, and still he had no idea how beautiful he was. I had a feeling Ro didn't know how to accept love. He only knew how to give it to Dylan and Zeta. When I was done, I pressed my forehead between his shoulder blades and rasped, "You can turn back now." He did, his eyes molten, burning with something I recognized because he kindled it in me too. "I want us to fuck," I admitted, somehow full of confidence and resolute. "I don't want it to be sweet and soft. I want it to be frantic and all-consuming." He said nothing, giving me a moment to change my mind. I wasn't going to. I knew what I wanted. "I'm clean." I arched back, my center pressed against his erection. "Yeah? Well, I'm about to dirty you up." He grabbed me by the waist, flipped me around, and pushed me against his cooking station. Bending me over the surface by holding the nape of my neck, he flipped my dress up and ran his hand between my legs. "Palms against the butcher block, Dot." I complied without question. Ro reached to move a hand over my glistening center. "Look at that delicious pussy." He fisted his cock, running the tip in circles around the tender, swollen lips. "Begging to be fucked." I pressed my forehead to the surface, unsure how much more teasing I could take. "Ro, please." "Close your legs for me." He caught my waist from behind, kissing my neck and running the fat crown of his cock up and down my slit. It was damp with warm pre-cum. "Aren't you going to ask me if I'm clean too?" I would if I were able to form one coherent thought. I pressed my thighs together, choking out, "Are you?" His nose disappeared in my hair, and he slid halfway into me from behind. Already I felt unbearably full, the combination of his size and my position with pressed thighs making him almost too much to handle. "Yeah, I'm clean." He drove into me all at once, and he was so much, too much. I cried out, clawing my fingernails on the counter. "Ah!" "Very eloquent, baby." He bent his knees to accommodate my height when he pressed into me again, pushing to the hilt this time. He was so big his tip probably tickled my kidneys. He covered my palms on the counter, lacing his fingers in mine, and a dangerous zing of heat ripped through me. "So fucking tight," he groaned, beginning to thrust inside me. The walls of my pussy resisted his size, his width, but he still pushed through. Through his roughness, I learned my ability to endure. That's exactly what I said when I tried to squeeze into my high school jeans this morning. My head lolled in elation. "So sassy." He gave the back of my shoulder a tender bite. "Your smart mouth always made me make stupid mistakes, Dot." I grunted each time he drove inside me, the position making my hip bones dig into the hard surface. Each time they ground against the butcher block, I hissed out as my skin chafed. We were acting out his fantasy, and more than I was delirious with joy about getting fucked, being full, I enjoyed that he'd finally gotten his wish. "Poor little Dot. Here, let me help." He grabbed me by the hip bones, sliding me up the surface so I was flung over it, feet in the air. There was something about that angle that made it so much filthier and wilder and hotter, like I was a ragged, inflatable doll he'd haphazardly tossed on a piece of furniture so he could plow into it. The friction was insane. His cock swelled and grew even more inside me. The orgasm ripping through me threatened to ignite me. Fuck, Dot. Gonna come now. I'm close too. We both fell apart together, groaning and gasping, my nerve endings on fire. He rolled off me, his breath tickling my neck when he gently turned me back around to face him. Hey. He kissed the tip of my nose, a shy smile gracing his lips. Hi, I said breathlessly, still amazed I had been a part of that intense, sexy, brazen scene. Social anxiety level? He tilted his chin down. -30. That's my girl. That's my girl. That's my girl. That's my girl. But his girl currently had a huge problem on her hands, because this didn't feel temporary. It felt like forever.
Chapter 56. Row. Obituary. Good night, McMonster. Turn around and tell me this. You are right here, silly. Obituary. I still want to say goodnight here. McMonster. Why? Obituary. Because I'm not ready to let McMonster go. McMonster. I'm still me. Obituary. Yeah, but when we say goodbye, Ro will leave. But McMonster? He might stay. Chapter 57. Ro. The next morning, Tate Blackthorne was standing at my doorstep holding a Starbucks coffee and an iPhone I was pretty sure wasn't out on the market yet. I slammed the door in his face, but he slid his foot in the gap of the doorframe just in time. Nice to see you too, Casablancas. He ripped the sunglasses off his eyes, barreling into my room at the inn without an invitation. What the fuck are you doing here? I followed him inside reluctantly. Came here to finish our little chat from last night. Had to pick up a coffee in Connecticut, though. This place is barely civilized. Hold on a minute. He raised a finger, putting his phone to his ear. Gia, where the fuck are you? Pause. 70 texts are completely acceptable when my assistant has been MIA for an entire night. Pause. So what if it's lost? It's a cat, not a fucking kid. Get a new one. Now where are those files? I didn't think there was an amount of money in the world that was worth putting up with this sociopath. Whoever Gio was, she needed that paycheck to be willing to work for him. Tate hung up, but not before showering his assistant with yet more orders and scolding. The only reason I'd let him in was because Cal wasn't here. She had gone to pick up my Silverado from the shop. It was finally fixed, and had driven down to Portland with Dylan to shop for the latter's hospital bag. I still hated letting her do shit alone, worried she was going to get picked on, but I had to let it go. I wasn't going to be there to protect her when she moved back to New York. Just the thought of patrons snatching her wrist or men catcalling her made a vein pop in my head. Well, this is quaint. Tate looked around, nose screwed to the side like the place smelled. I could see why he'd be angry. I'd dropped off the face of the earth and left him with his dick in his hand for weeks on end because I was having second thoughts about a deal we'd already verbally agreed on. This followed by yesterday, when I'd spent an entire hour giving him all the reasons he should fire the paralegals who'd harassed Cal if he wanted to ever be in business with me again. Did you have company? He sniffed the air. Smells like green apples and white musk and... Is it cat piss? Fucking Seamus. Pretty sure there are more pressing matters than my girlfriend's fragrance. Is cat piss a fragrance now? He scowled. Middle-class people are so fucking basic. I had to stop referring to Cal as mine. She was headed to New York in 3 weeks. I was moving to London. We had an expiration date. Too bad it wasn't enough for me to be her first. I also wanted to be her last. I'm trying to do this thing where I pretend to care. Tate ran a finger over the old-school air conditioner on the wall like it was a prehistoric piece. It's exhausting. Those asinine conversations. Forgot what they're called. Small talk? Yeah, he glowered. They're pointless and last forever. Agreed, I nodded. No need to pretend with me. We can't stand each other. Tate looked relieved. Let's have coffee in that diner down the street. You already have coffee. He tossed the still full Starbucks cup into my trash can. No, I don't. Put your shoes on. I grabbed my jacket and we went down to Dahlia's diner. There I was reminded of my social pariah status. Everybody knew who Tate Blackthorne was. And everybody knew this wasn't a social call. But I think they were all too scared not to serve me because his presence reminded them I had their dicks in my hand. Can I get you anything? Dahlia herself arrived at our table, popping her gum loudly. Coffee? Breakfast? A one-way ticket out of this town? Don't tempt me. Tate glanced at his watch, completely unfazed by Dahlia's death glares. I'll take a small triple macchiato, 1 inch of foamed milk. Dahlia blinked once. Sorry, I should have clarified. This is the only coffee we serve. She slammed a pot of coffee on our table. Anything to eat with that? Don't say halloumi and zucchini organic bites. It's either eggs, pancakes, or the door. See? Tate flashed me a look, gesturing around us. This place is begging to be cultured. Help me help you, Ro. I plucked the sticky menu from his hand and handed it to Dahlia. We'll take 2 coffees and 2 plain egg white omelets. No bread. She walked off with a huff. Tate sat back, flinging an arm over the booth as he took in his surroundings. You know what I really hate, Casablancas? Integrity. I folded my arms and eyed him with distaste. Puppies? Babies? Dahlia returned, pouring coffee into our mugs. Tate looked at me past her stern frown. People who jerk me around. I've been preoccupied, I said, which was partly true. I had been, burying myself inside Cal. But that had nothing to do with the contract. I'd been low-key sniffing around other investors. Nobody had bitten yet. Allow me to refocus you. Tate leaned forward, his eyes twinkling with barely contained wrath. I have staff I need to pay, people attached to this project, investors, builders, a whole operation to oversee. The contract was the last hurdle before demolishing the train station and breaking ground. As it stands, you're pushing the completion date. Now let me tell you what happens when people fuck me over. He laced his fingers together on the table. I fuck harder. Sans lube. In holes you never knew were even in your body. I am no lover, pretty boy. Thrice divorced and my blood sport is hostile company takeovers. I will demolish you if you cross me. He took a sip of his coffee, then promptly spat it back into the cup. People eyeballed us from every corner of the diner, the silence humming in the air violently. What the fuck is this, tar? Don't worry. He leaned back, glancing at the onlookers. I'll make sure we open Starbucks, Costa, and Pete's here. Dahlia gasped, clutching her chest. And you? Tate slipped out of the booth, staring me down. He didn't wait for our food. Sign the damn contract. If I have to come here a second time to give you a nudge, I won't be so fucking nice about it. He plucked his coat from the back of the booth, turned toward the door, and disappeared. Chapter 58. Row. McMonster is typing. McMonster is deleting. McMonster is typing. McMonster is deleting. Chapter 59. Row. When I returned to the inn, the first thing I did was throw doors and windows open, calling Cal's name. She should have been back from her errands by now. I flung the duvet off the bed and tossed the closet doors open. Nada. I rummaged in my front pocket for my phone, and when I found it, I realized there was a note sitting on the nightstand, glowing under the buttery light of the lamp. Pocketing my phone, I advanced toward the note, ripping it from the wooden surface, my heart somersaulting, landing wrong and breaking every fucking bone in its body. Ro, meet me at the back of the parking lot. Dot. I grabbed my keycard and took the stairs 2 at a time, wondering if I was too late, if I had missed her. It was a fucked up train of thought. I'd wait an entire lifetime and some change for Cal, no questions asked. Then why was I so worried she wouldn't reciprocate it? Because she is the loveliest, flightiest person you've ever met. Because Franco broke her, and now that you are gluing back to pieces, you see that some of them are missing, shattered beyond repair. Looping around the wooden stairway, I pounded the carpeted floor to the back of the inn, passing golden-framed pastel paintings, arched rooms, and striped wallpaper. Admittedly, it was a lovely inn. I could see why people loathed me for running it out of business with the monstrous hotel that was going to open in this town. "See you later, Mr. Rogers," I called out to the receptionist. "Eat shit, asshole," he greeted me back. Undeterred, I pushed the back door open, spilling out to the small parking lot. It was completely empty, save for an unfamiliar black Mustang. My pulse shallowed and I growled in disappointment, eyes skimming the immaculate bushes surrounding the empty lot. I looked down to take out my phone when a horn blared in my vicinity. Cal's head popped up from the driver's seat of the Mustang. Her grin was so wide, you could have fit a banana horizontally into her mouth. "Get in, pretty boy." She blinked 5, 6, 7 times, fast enough to show me she was nervous. I grinned, gliding her way while expertly flipping the keycard between my fingers. "What are you wearing, Dot?" "Not much, and it's about to be taken off very soon." She adjusted the horrid yellow plaid jacket with one hand. "Now get in. I managed to rent this thing on an hourly basis, and I really want to bring it back before the beginning of our shift." Romantic. I slid into the passenger seat, staring at her with what must have been the goofiest, stupidest smirk to ever grace my face. I'll ask again, what are you wearing? She turned her whole body to face me, her plaid yellow skirt riding up her smooth thighs. "Recreating the first night we were together, only," she bit her lower lip, "making it right, making it good for you this time, for both of us. We deserve it, don't you think?" I nodded, slowly, my heart in my goddamn throat. "Yeah, Dot, we do." We spent the drive to Makeout Mountain discussing the fascinating subject of whatever the fuck. I wasn't really paying attention, instead laser-focused on the fact that Dot had rented a sports car and slipped into the outfit she'd worn that night, down to the knee socks and Mary Jane's for a do-over. That meant something, didn't it? We weaved through a thick forest, uphill on a gravel path toward the top of the mountain. The car groaned in protest, too old and rusty for the journey. The windows were rolled down, the freezing cold barely registering from the adrenaline coursing through me. She parked at the exact same spot I had last time, turning off the car and leaning back in her seat. Her throat worked with a swallow, and she closed her eyes. I stared at her intently. "What now?" she asked. I grinned. I had asked her exactly this question 5 years ago after she'd asked me to drive up the mountain when I'd picked her up from that bonfire party. Back then, she hadn't known it was a dream come true, that I had been shitting bricks, worried I'd somehow say the wrong thing, act the wrong way, and blow this. So I answered her with the exact same words she'd used on me. "Now we sit on the hood of your car and watch the view." We slipped out and rounded the car, hopping on the still warm hood. Our pinkies knotted together as we stared at the Atlantic Ocean stretching like a tight canvas in a million shades of blue. I closed my eyes and breathed in the briny air, Dot's voice drifting into my ears like a lullaby. "You're right, I wasn't drunk that night, but I knew it'd be the last time I'd see you in months, years even, and I panicked. Panicked that there would be no one else like you, someone I'd be attracted to and feel safe enough around to let my guard down. I'd never been selfish before. It was a foreign feeling. I always put my parents' feelings and Dylan's wants and needs before my own." She trailed off. "I just wanted to get rid of my virginity, to go to college not feeling even more of a loser than necessary. I made peace with being another notch on your freakishly long belt. I never thought you could have feelings for me." "I know," I said, frowning at the view, our pinkies tightening around one another. I spent the entire 5 years apart from you and Dylan, hating myself for how I treated both of you. Her voice cracked like creme brulee. There was no need for you to do that, I growled, hating the idea that I had caused her so much pain, even if she had done the same to me. We both love you to death, through thick or thin. Why? I didn't see her face, but still knew she was blinking excessively. Because it's impossible not to, I admitted brokenly, tearing my gaze from the ocean and fixing it on her. I captured her chin between my fingers, tilting her face up to mine. She pawed at my face, her long lashes fluttering as she took me in. Do-over? I nodded. Do-over. One of her palms slid down my neck, down my chest and across my abs, settling on my erection, which was already throbbing. She unzipped my pants slowly, making my lungs sear with whatever oxygen was left in them. I opened my mouth to tell her something. Fuck knew what, because I sure as hell didn't. But Dot pressed her lips against mine, hungrily devouring my tongue, sucking it into her mouth with a sexy purr. She undid the first 2 buttons of my denim, slipping her hand inside, rubbing it against my hard ridge. She used the friction of my briefs to gather heat into her cold palm, and I bucked forward, chasing her touch as I grabbed the back of her head and kissed her with everything I fucking had in me. My hand slipped under her skirt, and I used my thumb to brush her clit through her panties, which were already drenched and ruined. My mouth dragged from her lips to the sensitive junction between her neck and jaw. I wanted to eat you out so badly, I recalled, my dick jumping and jolting in her hot palm as she played with it inside my pants, rubbing it, thumbing at the slit, milking it with her tight little fist. I knew you'd be my favorite dessert before I even had my first taste. She clung to my neck with one hand, jerking me off with the other. The wind whipped and swirled, dancing around us, striking at our faces. Her thighs were freezing, and I wanted to cover her whole body with mine, shield her from the cold. We should hurry about it. Dot dropped down to her knees, tugging my dick out and covering it with her mouth. We could get caught. The mere idea of being caught with my cock shoved deep inside her mouth made my balls tighten with lust and pleasure. I threaded my fingers in her hair, pushing it off her face as she gurgled and sucked my cock happily, fisting its base and slipping her mouth down to suckle my balls, her tongue licking the seam between my ballsack and my ass. My fists tautened around her hair, and I hissed, the desire unbearable. I knew I wasn't going to last more than a couple minutes. This time, though, I was going to make her come until she couldn't walk straight through April. Up, baby. I pulled my dick out of her mouth an inch at a time, the cold biting into the wet flesh. Already halfway coming, I grunted. I flattened my hand over her stomach, pinning her down on the hood until her upper body lay there, and pushed my thigh between her legs. They fell open willingly, my upper knee pressing against her swollen clit. I could practically feel it pulsating against my leg through her underwear. She moaned, trying to rub herself against me. Ro, she begged, brushing her panties to the side. I fisted my dick, guiding it to her opening. It was glistening and pink, dripping down the hood just for me. I realized she was coming, panting and convulsing before I had even entered her. I pressed home deeply and all at once, meeting zero resistance, all sleek in velvety folds, wet and ready to take me. Her walls instantly constricted around me, milking my dick. She tipped her head back, eyes closed, giving in to the moment as I thrust it into her, grabbing the backs of her knees and hoisting her left ankle over my opposite shoulder to increase the friction. Our moans echoed over the cliff, and realizing there could be people nearby, I placed one hand over her mouth to keep her quiet. Somehow this ended up turning both of us on even more. I was hard to the point of misery, my cock spasming inside her. Getting too fucking close now, I grunted, leaning down and uncovering her mouth, pressing a dirty, wet kiss to her lips. Me too. I feel like you lit a match inside me and let the heat spread everywhere. I love this. I love you. I kissed her again, pushing deeper into her. She cried out, breathlessly clawing my arms as the orgasm sprinted through her, just in time as my own climax was rippling through my body, making goosebumps run all over my skin. I poured my seed into her, clamping my jaw to stop myself from goddamn whimpering. This woman brought me to my fucking knees, and I wanted to stay there for eternity so I could eat her out. I stayed inside her, even after we both stopped trembling, our foreheads pressed together, our hot breaths fanning over each other's faces. I was out of breath and out of my depth, and fuck, I had not signed up for this. It was supposed to be scratching a decade-long itch, nothing more. The sound of a roaring engine purred from our left, signaling an approaching vehicle. Dot reached between her thighs, sticky from our cum, to rearrange her panties along her slit. She pushed down her skirt, reaching to tuck my half-mast dick back into my pants and buttoning them. I watched her through heavy-lidded eyes, mesmerized. "Please forgive me." She cleared her throat, her big blue gaze clinging to my face. "Already did, silly." My eyes raked along her body to make sure she was all right. "No, not only for what I did," she shook her head, "but for what I might do in the future. I have the tendency to reject happiness whenever it finds me. A self-defense mechanism, I suppose. I don't trust myself with a good thing, Ro. And you are the best thing out there." Later that day, I hurled 2 garbage bags into the trash can outside Descartes. I played the conversation with Tate in my head. His little speech hadn't made my balls shake as he'd expected, but he had a point. I needed to decide what I wanted to do before wrapping shit up here. I was running out of time and keeping the entire town hanging in the air. Either I told him to fuck off, or I signed the deal. The alleyway was frosted over. A thin layer of ice covered the ground. A stack of cardboard was piled up against a fire hydrant. The sound of the heavy metal door of the back of the restaurant clicked shut. I groaned. I had locked myself out. I began making my way around the pavement to the front entrance, my boots crunching the ice, when an arm wrapped around my neck from behind, yanking me backward. My back slammed against a burly chest. I sank my fingers into the arms, cutting off my oxygen supply, trying to pry them open when a dark figure appeared before me. A tall, built person wearing black head to toe and a balaclava. The person behind me tied my wrists with zip ties, and the man in front of me grabbed my jaw, holding me in place before swinging his fist back with a sucker punch. The metallic taste of blood exploded in my mouth. I spat a lump of it in the man's face, a wry laugh leaving my lips. "You're fucking with the wrong person if you think a little manhandling is going to change my mind one way or the other." The man in front of me reached for my neck, squeezing, fingers shaking. I instantly became lightheaded as the person behind me kept digging their knee into my lower back while the other kicked me as hard as they could. "I'm selling, all right, and the ugly-ass mall and hotel are going to be a constant reminder that I screwed you over. Even if you kill me now, my family will go through with the deal." This was true. My days of being bullied were over. By my father. By fuckface. I was the master of my own universe. A set of knuckles landed directly in my eye socket. I stumbled back, making the person behind me fall flat on their ass. "You better change that mind of yours. Otherwise, both your arms will be broken and you can kiss your chef career goodbye," he warned, voice shaky and foreign to my ears. Someone had hired him, I realized. He wasn't anyone from town. "Tempted to finish you right here, right now," the man in front of me growled, balling the collar of my shirt and yanking me forward, slamming my back against the brick wall. The other attacker stumbled to the front, bringing his knee up to kick my face. Finally, I had an in. I turned sideways so I could use my cuffed hands, seizing his knee and twisting it to one side. The cracking sound it made told me I had broken something. The scream that followed confirmed my suspicion. I kicked the first attacker in the face, leaving a nice imprint of my boot on his balaclava. Blood began filling the dark material. "Shit!" The second attacker crouched over, nearly toppling to the ground. "Fuck! He broke my—" The fabric of his pants clung to his thigh as blood spread around it, too. "Fuck this shit, dude. I'm out of here." The two spun around, limping toward the street. I chased them down, ready to kill someone. It wasn't the pain that slowed me down. It was the blood trickling from my forehead. It scorched my eyes and made it impossible to see anything. Actually, it wasn't even that either. My abs burned. When I looked down, I saw a dark stain spreading over my white chef jacket. Blood. Fuck. They'd knifed me. The adrenaline flowing through my veins dulled the pain. Slipping on my own blood and slowing down to a limp, I rounded the corner after them. My cuffed wrists didn't help my speed. I inched closer, close enough to kick down one of the attackers. An Acura juddered to a halt in front of me. The back door flew open and the two stuffed each other inside. The car bolted, speeding through a red light, zigzagging across the street. I squinted to catch the license plate, but my vision was punctuated with milky white dots, blurring by the second. Which was just as well because my body decided now was a great time to pass the fuck out. "Chef, you okay?" Taylor's voice was urgent behind me. The sound of his sneakers hitting the pavement rang through the street. "Shit, stay awake! I'm calling an ambulance!" Before I went under, there was another voice. Familiar, soft, ethereal. "Ro! Oh my God, Ro!" I collapsed into arms that smelled of green apples and white musk, and everything that was beautiful and right in this world. And even though I couldn't see her, I could feel her. She sobbed into my neck, cradling my face. "If you die, I'm going to kill you." Chapter 60. Ro. Obituary. Hi. Obituary. "This is just to let you know I told you so." Obituary. "I told you that you needed to investigate. Look into who was doing all those things to you." Obituary. "Now I need to kill someone, and I really don't want to do that. Blood makes me queasy, and I don't even know who I should off." Obituary. "But I'm going to find out. Before you even wake up. True crime isn't my passion for nothing." Chapter 61. Ro. I woke up in a hospital bed wearing one of those hideous gowns where your ass is bare. I was hooked up to 2 different IVs, looking like a human hookah. So it had happened. Somebody had finally tried to off my ass. I officially owed Rye $50 and a beer. I was lying on a mattress that had seen thousands more asses in its lifetime, itching to punch my way through every face in stain drop -1. Dots. Speaking of my little angel, she was right beside me, stroking my hand in her lap, a worried look stamped on her celestial face. This resulted in me having a semi, which was very bad news to everyone around us since that hospital robe covered nothing. Mom's, Dylan's, and Taylor's eyeballs were all glued to my face, trying to ignore my body's priorities, which apparently put fucking Cal before survival. "What's with the circle jerk?" I barked out, glowering at the 3 of them. "It was just a little scratch. I don't need an entire assembly." "We thought you might want company," Cal started, standing up. "We'll give you some privacy." I pulled her back down to her chair. "Wasn't talking to you, baby. You're always welcome." "Jesus, he's unbearable even on his deathbed." Taylor rubbed the spot between his eyebrows, standing at the door. "I thought a near-death experience was going to change him, make him see the light." "Told ya." Dylan smirked, opening her palm and angling it in his direction. He slapped a $50 bill into it with a groan. She slid the note into her bra. "My brother can stand in a lamp showroom and still not see the light." "Honey, we're so glad you're awake." Mom hurried to her feet from a blue recliner in the corner of the room, blowing her nose into a handkerchief. "How are you feeling?" "Horny. Fine." I swept my tongue over my lower lip, and it felt like licking sandpaper. "Thirsty." "I'll get you some ice water and call the nurse. Be right back." Mom dashed out of the room. "What happened?" Cal asked softly, her fingertips tracing the veins and ridges of my hand soothingly. A ripple of desire zinged through my chest. God damn it, did my cravings for her have any limits? I would probably try to climb out of my own fucking coffin to hit on this woman if I were lucky enough to have her attend my funeral. It looks worse than it is. I snatched her hand up, placing it on the bed next to me and breaking contact before my semi blossomed into a full-blown anaconda. Some punks jumped me in the alleyway when I went to take out the trash. Randy and Lyle? Cal's eyes flared. I shook my head. They were bigger, younger, and knew how to throw a punch. I spoke to Sheriff Mention. He said he was on his way. Dylan rubbed her belly back and forth. We're getting to the bottom of this. Mention will be getting to the bottom of his beer bottle sooner, Taylor snorted, shaking his head. He's useless where Roe's concerned. He hates his guts. Real talk, he has every reason to. Your beau is a bona fide villain. Dylan winked at Cal, and I didn't know what entertained me more, hearing Dylan refer to me as Cal's beau, or the latter's face, which turned as pink as her tasty little clit. We'll take it to state level if need be. Taylor slammed his own thigh with his fist. This lawless shit stops here. I'm not taking anything anywhere, I grunted, trying to shift to my side and immediately regretting it. I'm leaving in 3 weeks and have no desire to drown in paperwork. Now can someone call a doctor so I can get my medical diagnosis? You're a jerk, Taylor provided unhelpfully. Cureless condition. The best cure would be getting the fuck out of here and not seeing your face again, I answered charitably. Cal froze next to me. I immediately regretted my words. I hadn't even thought about London these past few weeks, not since we'd spent real time together. At the same time, staying in Stain Drop was not an option. I hated the place and the memories attached to it. London wasn't just my plan, it was also my reality, with all the money and means I had sunk into it. Should we file a complaint against Mention? Dylan turned to Taylor, ignoring my ass. No, Roe would just become more unbearable, and it's already next to impossible to work with him. Taylor sighed, pointing at me. To your question, you got stabbed, lost a shit ton of blood, and slipped out of consciousness for a minute there. Honestly, didn't think you'd make it. Then when they ushered you here, it turned out your attackers didn't hit anything substantial. Guess there's a plus to not having a heart. I had a heart. It just beat for a girl who wasn't interested in it. Doc told your mom you should be out of here in a few days, Dylan added. I shook my head. I gotta get back to Descartes. Don't worry, I've got you. I've already handled the schedule, ordered inventory, and taken over your station. Taylor flashed me an uncertain look, ducking his head in embarrassment. You did that? I blinked in confusion. He shrugged, downplaying it. Whether you trust me or not, someone had to take care of business. I do trust you. As I said these words, I realized I meant them. Taylor was a damn talented kid with nerves of steel and some of the best culinary instincts I'd seen. He thrived under pressure and shared the same intolerance of idiots who couldn't tell raw from medium well. We got along. Parting ways was gonna suck. Most people were stunningly bad at their jobs. The door whined open and Mom walked in, armed with a jug of ice water, a nurse, a doctor, and Ryland. Thankfully, the doctor, a balding man in his 50s, wasn't fond of mass gatherings when giving his diagnosis. He cleared his throat and said, Mr. Casablancas should have some space. I suggest you choose one person to stay with you while we discuss your injuries and treatment. Cal immediately rose to her feet. I caught her hand in mine and tugged her to sit on the edge of my bed. You stay. Our stares locked, and she swallowed hard. The chatter around us stopped. You forgot a question mark and a 6-letter word. She arched a devastatingly sassy brow. Stay, hot ass? She gave me a chiding look. I groaned. Stay, please? She nodded, squeezing my hand in hers. Until you're sick and tired of me. Don't hold your breath. I wasn't falling in love. I was galloping straight into a heartbreak for the goddamn books. Because Cal was no longer an abstract idea, something unattainable and far away. This time I knew what she tasted like, how it felt to have her lips flutter over my skin when she laughed, what it was like to fall asleep with my nose buried in her hair, how she tightened and spasmed around me when she came all over my cock. I was addicted to her scent, to her hugs, to the way her whole face opened up with delight that first fraction of a second when she saw something she liked. She was my Roman Empire. Right. The doctor looked around the room, probably confused as to how my grumpy ass had so many people who cared about him. So if everyone else can just fuck off, I offered. Wait! Cal leaned into my face, biting down on a grin. Are you sure you want me to stay? Forever. Never been more positive. Negativity is the ongoing theme in his life, Ryland chipped in. Dylan grunted. Can I ask why? Cal's big eyes blinked imploringly. Because you're... I was trying to think of the right word. Familiar? Comforting? Easy to talk to? Home. Oh... Dylan moaned again, this time clutching her pearls. Shit! I'm a grown-ass man, I barked at her from behind Cal's shoulder. Shut up and let me... No! Dylan stood up, and when she did, it sounded like a water balloon burst against the floor, and her dress was all wet. My water just broke.
Chapter 62. Cal. Friday, I'm in love. The cure. I was a little worried when Zeta commanded me to stay with Ro while she headed upstairs to the maternity ward with Dylan, but I'd also been dying to get some alone time with him ever since I saw him collapse on the sidewalk in a puddle of his own blood earlier today. He wanted me to stay, and I had a feeling he wasn't just referring to the hospital room. We were holding hands. His breathing was shallow and flat, making my own pulse thump out of rhythm with anxiety. You dodged a bullet with that stab wound, the doctor chuckled at his own joke. No puns intended, yeah? Ro offered him a glare. The doctor continued. It was half an inch away from puncturing your intestines. Could you imagine? I'd rather not. Ro deadpanned, unimpressed with his caretaker's bedside manner. You could have died a slow, painful death, Dr. Gorgia said cheerfully. But you didn't. You're going to be just fine. You're also going to be heard. I flipped my phone screen, angling it in Ro's direction. Taylor just texted. Sheriff Mention should be here in the next hour. Seems like he is taking the threats against you seriously this time. And to think all he needed was an assassination attempt to wake up, Ro drawled out. I rubbed his bicep, not letting his grumpiness rub off on my sunshine. Better late than never. Not hanging my hopes and dreams on this clown. He brought the jug of ice water to his lips. So, Dot, what have you been up to while I was out? Oh, you know, this and that. By this and that, I meant freaking out about the possibility of losing him and chasing whatever leads I had to figure out who had done this to him. Ro's injury devastated me more than I cared to admit. In fact, it cemented that my worst fear had come true. I had strong, all-consuming feelings for Ambrose Casablancas. The kind that put my heart at risk. The kind that didn't go hand in hand with my promise to myself not to let anyone in. Articulate it to me. He fought a smile, using lots of words and analogies. I want the whole Cal flair. Swiping my tongue over my lips, I considered how much to tell him. Well, you were lying here, looking very pretty but also very boring, so I sang you some songs, mostly the Cure's stuff, because I think that's about the only band we have in common. A nurse brought over your dinner and it had trail mix, and I remember you hated raisins, so I removed them from the mix. I also readjusted your pillows, and filed your nails, and, fine, painted them black, because it is so your color. Is that creepy? It sounds creepy now that I'm saying it out loud. I swear it wasn't. I thought it'd bring a smile to your lips when you woke up. Now he did laugh, then groaned and clutched his side where he'd been stabbed. This was the part where I'd usually feel weird and awkward, foreign in my own skin. But all I felt was seen. It made me feel invincible. His gaze alone made me feel like the person I'd always wanted to be.
Know what it sounds like?
He ignored the doctor and nurse who exchanged notes on a clipboard in the room. Unhinged? I offered with a scrunch of my nose.
Romantic as fuck.
Oh, it really wasn't. I tucked a lock of hair behind my ear, then busied my hands by scrubbing my phone screen clean with my sleeve. Trust me, Dylan was here the entire time complaining about her heartburn. At some point, we discussed that time you broke your arm at 6 when you fell off a tree and were so scared you peed your pants. His smile remained calm and praising.
The statute of limitations has passed on that particular case. Besides, I bet you peed yourself too, that very same day.
Ro, I was still in diapers.
That's pure semantics. I see you have a lot to catch up on.
The doctor looked between us.
Any more questions, Mr. Casablancas? Yes, where did you get your degree? The School of Hard Knocks?
Thanks so much, doctor, I interjected, balming Ro's rawness. Dr. Gorgia nodded swiftly.
I'll leave you to it.
The nurse and doctor slipped out of the room, and now we were truly alone. Want to know something? I brushed a lock of onyx hair from his eye. It was exceptionally unfair that he looked like carnal sin, even in a hospital gown.
If it's coming from you, sure.
You're not a terrible boss, despite your crankiness. I mean, Taylor actually likes you. You should have seen him in action today. He even called his dad to ask some medical questions.
That's a full circle right there.
Rose smiled tiredly. How so?
I saved him from going into pre-med. He fucking hated the idea.
Taylor wanted to be a doctor? I tilted my head. I couldn't imagine him doing anything that wasn't making delicious highbrow food.
Was expected to,
Ro corrected.
He walked into my restaurant to get drunk and forget about his finals. Flashed me a fake ID, but he was clearly underage. I was working the bar that evening to teach a new temp the job. I whipped him up something to eat, and he commented that the chicken could use some Ras El Hanout. I hired him as an intern on the spot.
God, you're nice, aren't you? That's your worst-kept secret. I grinned.
Best kept.
He reached to press his finger to my lips.
Don't tell anyone. Everyone thinks I'm an ass.
I don't think you're an ass, I pointed out.
That's because I tap yours,
he responded wryly. He scanned my face for a beat, then let out a sigh.
Listen, we need to talk.
My hackles rose in an instant. We do?
About me selling Descartes.
I knew he was going to remind me that he was leaving, that this was all temporary, that we had tough decisions to make. My heart couldn't take it, so I leaned over and pressed my lips to his. He groaned, his body hardening into stone.
Nice distraction, but I need more water.
His lips floated over mine. I immediately pulled away, curling my fingers around the handle of his jug of water before realizing it was empty. I think you're out. I'll go get some, unless you want my Gatorade.
Fucking hate Gatorade.
Okay, sour-ass kid. I rose to my feet before he stopped me.
Big fan of your germs, though. Give it here.
He brushed his knuckles over my cheek. I grabbed the half-finished bottle and lowered the straw to touch his mouth. He clasped his lips around it and sucked before releasing the straw. A blue drop lingered on his lower lip. I dipped my head and swept it away with my tongue. It tasted better off his lips. I was about to straighten up, but he caught my wrist, tugging me closer. His tongue traced the outline of my mouth, the tip of it sliding down my chin and neck until it disappeared in my cleavage, where he sucked one of my tits into his mouth through my bra. Tantalizing pleasure cascaded through me. Lock the door, Dot. You're injured. It's just a little scratch. Need you now. It's a stab wound. Let me assure you, sweetheart, my blue balls hurt more. I stood up on wobbly legs like a baby zebra taking its first step and stumbled to the door, rolling the lock with a soft click. Come ride my dick, Dot. I drew the line at bursting his stitches open. We're not having full-blown sex. Why? Because as much as you annoy me, I don't want to kill you. Fine, let me eat you out. We stared each other down, but my inhibitions were falling apart quicker than a Shen outfit. He raised his eyebrows innocently. I'm in the hospital, Cal. I'm not going to have anything tasty or substantial for days. There was something seriously wrong with our generation. And yes, I blamed everyone my age collectively, considering what I did next. I climbed atop his hospital bed with my back to Roe, peeled down his blanket, and raised his hospital robe. His dick sprung up straight as an arrow, a pearl of pre-cum crowning the tip. Making sure I hovered far away from his stomach, I grabbed the root of his cock, lowering my head and licking along the shaft, a happy noise escaping from the back of my throat. He tasted earthy and sweet, just right. Heaven is not a place, it is a person, and it is you. He arched his back, chasing my small mouth. Fuck, Dot. How am I going to let you go? Keep me. My chest tightened, and I tried to push the thought to the back of my head. What was I thinking? I couldn't give my heart to a man. Couldn't risk the emotional bloodbath Franco had left behind. I had loved him. I truly did. He was my first taste of relationship, and he taught me that love is doomed and that men would use and abuse you if you let them. Ro began working the button and zipper of my jeans, going for a 69. I kicked my jeans off eagerly, my heel colliding with his cheekbone in the process. Oops. Baby, you can stomp all over my face and I'll say thank you. I giggled into his dick, licking it eagerly like a lollipop. Now put your cunt on my face before I die. Is that a request or an order? It's a fucking plea. I scooted backward, shoved my panties to one side, and sank onto his hot mouth, his tongue erect and ready, disappearing inside my pussy. Rose smacked the back of his hospital bed, writhing with pleasure. Shit. Problem? I sank my knees deeper into the thin mattress, mindful of his injured torso, taking his dick back into my mouth and giving it a good suck while pumping the base with my fist. A big one. He arched his back, gripping my waist and rubbing his straight teeth along my vagina. You've just ruined sex with anyone else for me. Might have to keep you after all. There was something incredibly hot about hearing his blissed-out grunts of pleasure without seeing his face as I sucked him off, as he pleasured me with his mouth and fingers going down on me. I threw my head back, bracing my hands against his knees to support my balance. You wouldn't like that. I'm messy. Orderliness is overrated. My tits were bouncing up and down joyfully as I rode his fingers and tongue like they were his cock. My thigh muscles cried out, but the rest of my body hummed with pleasure. I pumped his dick harder and faster as he jerked in my fist. I'm too eccentric. You're just the right amount of chaos for me. Were we really having this conversation now, while the walls of my pussy were squeezing against his fingers? I would bore you. I choked out, his fingertip hitting my G-spot again and again, the orgasm clawing up my spine like ivy. You're a lot of fucking things, Cal Litvin, but boring has never been one of them. He penetrated me deeper. Ro, I gasped desperately, falling down on my elbows as I jerked him off faster, my triceps burning, watching his sleek, huge dick dripping down my fist like an erupting volcano. I knew he got a good look at my ass crack from his position, and somehow I felt entirely comfortable bearing my all to him. I'm coming. Crashing down on his face again, I moaned when shocks of electricity zipped through me. Ro grunted, and I leaned down and put his cock in my mouth, letting him come inside it. After we both came, I pulled my pants up and covered him gingerly. I went to unlock the door, then returned to stand by his bed, suddenly unsure what to do next. Ro looked flushed and extra gorgeous and, might I add, in perfect health. He patted the space next to him on the bed. Hop on. Someone could walk in, I pointed out, before slapping a hand over my mouth. Holy shit, what if there are cameras in the room? Then they're welcome to the performance of their lives. Ro's voice was devoid of emotion. This is what I call $1 million cum shot. I swatted his chest, feeling contemplative all of a sudden. Things he found funny weren't funny to me. The idea that someone had seen us made me want to vomit. Hey. He squeezed my hand. You look pale. I'm okay, I lied. I wasn't. I was never going to be a person who was down with having sex in exotic places, especially since some internet sites still had pictures of my tits. Look at me, Dot. I was just kidding. I was out of line. I didn't think... I forgot. He raked his hair, shaking his head. I'm not Franco. I would never put your safety and boundaries in jeopardy. I promise you that, okay? Okay. I hated how small and uncertain my voice sounded, how I was falling down the rabbit hole of my trauma. Have you eaten anything? Ro tried to change the subject. Not since you were taken to the hospital, I admitted. And that was hours ago. There should be an O. Henry in my messenger bag. They brought it here, right? I think so. I stood up, walking over to a small counter overlooking the window and flipping his bag open. Sure enough, there were 2 in there. Want one? I unwrapped the bar and took a bite, groaning in satisfaction. Ro snorted. No thanks. I'd rather chew on my own food. He stopped abruptly when he realized what he was admitting. I ripped another bite of chocolate, studying him intently. You don't like these bars, do you? I walked over to him. Sure I do, sometimes. He was quiet for a second. No, I don't. Fuck, Cal, they're awful. How could you like them? I sat back next to him, nuzzling my face in the crook of his neck. They remind me of a really great moment in my childhood. What moment? He side-eyed me. Well, it was kind of the first chocolate I ever had. I blinked 5 times in a row. My parents were anal retentive about my teeth and wouldn't let me have anything sweet. Fast forward to age 4, and I'm in my babushka's room. She lived with us before she passed away. So there I was, being my usual nosy self, snooping and minding everyone else's business. Shocking, he commented wittily. I open her bedside drawer and see an O. Henry. I immediately decide to eat it. Ro grinned. Was it everything you've ever wanted and more? It was... I fought my gag reflex. From 1992. Ro tipped his head back, plastering a hand over his face, emitting a dark chuckle.
Classic Cal.
I remember thinking chocolate was so overrated. It was dry and brittle and tasted like sour grapes. I spent that entire weekend hugging the toilet like it was a freshly returned lover who came back from a war zone. Apparently, when my babushka got off the plane from the former Soviet Union as a refugee, Good Samaritans waited for them on the tarmac with baskets of food and blankets and whatnot. One of them handed out chocolate bars. She remembered the moment so fondly she decided to save the O. Henry as a keepsake.
You ate her most fundamental memory?
He crossed his arms in a hot guy way.
I've never heard something so you.
Even though it tasted horrible, it was technically my first chocolate, so I'm still fond of it. Vomit bouts be damned. Now, for the last time, where do you get the O. Henry from, Ro?
Fuck.
His smile collapsed. I watched in fascination, my breath caged inside my throat. He trained his gaze on the wall behind my head, avoiding eye contact.
I make them.
Come again? Ideally on my tits, but honestly anywhere else would do too, I was tempted to add.
I make them.
His nostrils flared.
They're no longer in circulation. I knew you liked them, so I found a list of the ingredients online, tested the quantities a few times, and started making them for you. The wrappers were easy to print and apply.
He mumbled as an afterthought.
I saw a manual on YouTube. I did this because
He stopped, rubbing his face with his palm in frustration. Because what? I choked back my tears.
You've always been a picky eater, and I didn't want you to faint.
His jaw squared.
I'd have nightmares about it.
Lacing my fingers through his, I said, I'm sorry. I wish I were in your dreams, not nightmares.
Don't worry, sweetheart. You star in both.
He pushed a hand into his hair.
My dreams, my nightmares, my fantasies. The only place you weren't in was the place I wanted you to be most.
And where was that?
My reality.
Our eyes met. I knew I was blinking like crazy. My heart begged me to open up, to take a chance, to dive into the deep end and try to swim, but my brain reminded me my one and only relationship had ended in emotional carnage I still hadn't recovered from. But now, his pupils burned with darkness and determination.
Now I know what it's like to have you, and I never want to fall asleep because, as it turns out, my reality is better than anything a dream could ever conjure. Who are we kidding with this casual bullshit?
Ro asked, brushing his knuckles along my temples softly.
I can't do this anymore. I'm sorry, Dot. Loving you from up close is so much crueler than loving you from afar. It reminds me of all the things I'll miss out on, all the shit that can't be mine. Because the thing is,
he wet his lips.
You feel mine.
Am I your girl?
No.
He shook his head.
You're my everything.
Everything. The word was so final. Panic skated through me. Not because I didn't feel the same way, but because I did. I wanted to be with him too, consequences be damned. But if Franco had managed to break me so thoroughly with something that was puppy love at the time, what kind of wreckage would Ro leave in his wake? We still have time to discuss this. I tried to sound chirpy and bright, patting his thigh awkwardly. Why don't we...
Don't do this.
He cut me off. Don't do what?
Don't run away from us. I'm telling you something important. I'm in love with you.
My stomach dipped like I had fallen off a cliff, and then I just kept on falling because the implications of that statement were going to be my ruin. Again? Still, he said bitterly. Forever and always. I never stopped, and I'm tired of trying to hate you, to look for flaws instead of enjoying all the good parts. You bewitched me, and if I can't have all of you, I don't want scraps. I'm not half-assing what we are. He took a quick breath. My heart has 2 rooms, and you occupy both. I just stared at him, tucked under his big arm. What could I say to that? He was Ro. Gorgeous and successful and grumpy and perfect. I was a novelty. He liked that I made him laugh, that he had my legs and mouth on speed dial, but the fascination with me would wear off as soon as we got serious. If I could even get serious with a man without screwing it up. Even if Ro did love me, my trust issues would never let me be happy with him. After being chased to my almost death by schoolmates with nearly 2 decades of being heavily bullied under my belt, I wasn't so hot on the human race. Yes, Ro was a part of the very narrow exception, but could I put my entire trust and hope in someone? Bet all my chips on this one person? Putting my heart on the line terrified me. And even though there was a part of me that was elated, there was another bigger part that told me to run for the hills. What are you asking? I raked my fingers through my hair, realizing they were shaking. I'm asking you to fall in love with me. His eyes didn't drop from mine, clinging to my face, searching, pleading. Please. I almost smiled. I knew how hard it was for him to use this word. What if you don't catch me? I worried my lip. I will. How do you know? My arms have been wide open and waiting for years. He stretched his muscular arms, with the needles poking out of the veins for emphasis. I dropped my elbows to my knees and held my face in my hands, trying to breathe through what was fast becoming a panic attack. This is the part where you say something. Ro gave me a blank stare. No pressure or anything. There were so many things running through my head. I want you, but I'm scared to death. This is too soon, too fast. But I had to say something, so I said, I need more time. He inclined his head. I'm afraid this chef is out of that particular ingredient. Your answer determines whether I shit all over my blackthorn deal and piss off the man who was holding the purse strings to my new restaurant, or if I push through and sign this contract. You're thinking of staying? My eyes widened. He nodded solemnly. But Ro, you hate this town. Yes, but I love you. He licked his lips. Plus, I can always open something in New York. Probably not immediately, since I'll be fucking radioactive to investors and don't have that kind of capital on hand. He sucked his teeth. The thought of Ro dropping everything, staying behind, here in Staindrop, made my skin crawl. I would never forgive myself if I knew I'd held him back. But I also wasn't crazy about the idea of him putting me in this situation. He knew I always aimed to please. Having the opportunity to appease the entire town I grew up in was definitely temptation. But maybe I had grown a spine after all, because no matter how happy I knew it would make other people, I couldn't do this to Ro and myself. You shouldn't change your plans for me, I said in one breath, the words ripping from my mouth like a Band-Aid. I untangled from him, landing on the floor with an awkward thump. Don't give up on everything worthwhile for me. I'll only disappoint you. I stood up in a rush, panicking, blinking, ready to bolt. Please go. Live your life. The pressure of disappointing you will eat at me, and I'll end up messing it up. I'm not ready. Pause. We can't be together, Ro. Our eyes met. I forced myself to stay, to look the damage I'd caused in the eye. I had to stand there and see the disappointment on his face, the expression of a man ripped to shreds. It was in this moment that Sheriff Mention decided to saunter into the room, accompanied by another cop.
Casablancas?
He tucked his phone into his pocket.
Village idiot?
Ro drawled, ripping his gaze from my face.
Long time no see.
Mention tipped his head down.
Sorry about that. Don't be. Had a fucking blast. In fact, feel free to screw right off.
Mention brushed his hand over his gun without realizing what he was doing. These two were going to kill each other if given the chance. I can stick around. I cleared my throat. Ro's voice was stone cold as he continued staring at Mention.
Thanks, I've got it.
I swallowed hard. You sure?
Positive.
I'll go check on Dylan then. Nobody noticed when I slipped out of the room to the hallway, pressed my head against the wall, and began bawling my eyes out. Chapter 63. Cal. Ordinary World, Duran Duran. It took me 40 minutes to get myself together and stop weeping. I didn't know what was wrong with me. I hadn't cried over a boy since Franco, keeping my distance from the other sex purposefully, and even that had been because of rather than over. Friendships, parents, Instagram reels of thirsty, wing-torn bees being saved by a kind stranger that kept on popping up in my feed because the stupid algorithm knew I'd always bite? Sure. But never about an actual guy. Using whatever little energy I had left in me, I took the elevator downstairs to a gift shop and bought Dylan treats and flowers. I then walked across to a shopping center and grabbed Dylan something to eat. I figured because Tuck was still on a ship with no way to get home in the next week, she could use some pampering. Then I went up to the maternity ward, where I was informed Dylan's room was at the end of the hall. My feet pounded down the corridor, anxiety sifting through me. It was close to midnight, and I felt like I'd been awake since the dawn of civilization. I found Zeta sitting on a blue plastic chair in front of a door, sniffling into a ball of used tissue. "Hi, Mrs. Casablancas." I dropped the gifts and flowers on the floor, stacking my hands on top of her knees as I squatted down to reach her eye level. "Is she okay?" She nodded, blowing her nose raucously. "Out of the delivery room. She had a C-section. Both mother and baby are healthy." "Phew. Are you okay?" I put a hand on her shoulder. "Yes, honey, I think I am." She looked up, resting a hand atop mine. "Just thinking, wishing, really, that Dylan is with the right person. I love my children more than anything else in this world, but I had them with the wrong person. I always thought I needed to stay so they'd have both parents. I wouldn't wish that upon her." I took the seat next to her, gathering her hands in mine. "You know, when Dylan and I were preteens, she used to say, 'I'm not like other girls, I'm worse.' We used to laugh about that. But what she meant was she always stood her ground. Whether Tucker is a lesson or her forever, she will make the right decision. I know this in my bones. Social constructs mean jack shit to your kid." "Cal, language." She squeezed my hands in hers. "Anyway, how can you be so sure?" Because you make really smart kids, Mrs. Casablancas. Lovable, too. After convincing Zeta to go get some rest and promising to call her if Dylan needed anything, I knocked on my best friend's hospital door. "Whoever comes in better not be the person who impregnated me," she moaned. I pushed the door open, bearing burgers and fries from Jack in the Box and flowers. Dylan was on the bed, barefaced, with dark circles under her eyes. There was a see-through plastic cart with a bundled baby next to her. The baby appeared much smaller than Dylan's still huge tummy, further supporting my speculation she had been carrying triplets. "How are you feeling?" I leaned down to kiss both her cheeks. She snatched the burger and fries from my hand and ripped into them with a feral groan. "Hungry, tired, hurting all over." She paused to swallow a huge bite of a double patty cheeseburger. "You also brought sweets, right?" I silently held up a plastic bag laden with chocolates. "Good. I need you to give me a baby wipe bath, straighten my hair, and help me put on some lashes." "Getting ready for a hot date?" I snickered, trying to push my own romantic woes out of my mind. "Kieran texted. He'll be coming to visit me tomorrow," she said in a rush, adding, "And don't worry, nothing's going to happen between us. It's just nice to have someone around who doesn't see you as a baby-making machine that also bears the technology to make sandwiches. I know I should be trying to salvage whatever I have with Tucker, or at least break the news to him before I move on. And yes, I also know that falling in love with a soccer player is the worst idea a new single mom could have. I just don't want to hear about it right now." She was clearly overwhelmed and hadn't completely comprehended her change of status. "I promise I'll make you look so hot, Kieran'll weep horny tears." I shoved the flowers into a nearby vase. "Can I look at the baby first?" Dylan paused for a second, gulping. "I mean, if you must." I rounded her bed and peered into the little basket. And, wow. The baby was a Winston Churchill dead ringer, the round face, downturned lips, and receding hairline. A tuft of black hair covered the back of her head and portions of her forehead. She had many chins and no eyelashes at all. "She is horrid, isn't she?" Dylan sighed in contempt. "I can't believe it. Tuck had one job, to give me a cute baby. Of course he screwed it up." "Dylan, what are you talking about?" I rushed to the baby's defense, a wave of protectiveness coursing through me. "She's totally adorable." "No, she isn't. And she has no interest in my breasts either. It's all so horrible." Her chin wobbled. She dumped the half-eaten burger on her belly, the lettuce exploding everywhere like confetti. "And I can't even rearrange my pillows because my C-section is killing me, and every slight movement makes me feel like my upper and lower body are hanging together by a thread, and someone must be cutting onions here because... She fanned her fingers over her face. "Ugh!" I silently rearranged the pillows behind her back, then wiped the tears rolling down her cheeks. "You're overwhelmed right now, and for a very good reason. Breathe. Rest. Don't worry about a thing," I suggested. "Give yourself some grace and time to adjust to your new status." "It would also honestly help if she didn't look like an old misogynist congressman." She used the foil sheet covering the chocolate to blow her nose, still crying. "How's my brother anyway? Is he better?" "Oh, crap. You mean, like, physically?" I cleared my throat. "Yeah, making a speedy recovery. I'm telling you, this hospital, top notch." Her sobbing stopped and she narrowed her eyes at me. "Cal?" I bit down on my lower lip. "Hmm?" She thumped her head against the pillow, immediately wincing. Aw, seriously, Abs, I wasn't even using you. Her head twisted back to me. Tell me what happened. I don't want to bother you with my problems right now. Bother away. I have a feeling you're going to give me a good reason to take some of my existential anger out on you. Fair enough. He confessed his feelings for me. I swallowed. And I let him down, but I hurried to go on in my defense. I never told him I was looking for a relationship. Not once. I was very clear about that, I swear. God, I really should hate you. She used her thumbs to wipe off her tears, and I shriveled inside myself. For what you are putting him through. I knew he was still in love with you. I just thought you'd grown up and were finally giving him a chance. It's partly my fault that it happened again. Thing is, she closed her eyes, looking exhausted. Even though I'm gutted that you broke his heart again, I can't even be mad at you properly because I can't afford to lose you again. You're a terrible love interest. Seriously, 0 out of 10. Would not recommend. 1 star. Thanks. But as it turns out, a pretty great friend. Tears leaked through her closed eyes and her nose reddened. You'll always have me, Dylan. And Ro will too, if he'll have me in his life. As a friend. We both shed silent tears for a few seconds. Finally, Dylan spoke. Tucker hasn't even called since he left. And he's late. He doesn't even know I had a baby. The only thing that's gluing us together is falling apart. Had he not called because he couldn't? Or because he couldn't be bothered? That was what I wanted to know. If it was the latter, I was fully ready to plot and execute his murder and face the consequences. I kissed Dylan's forehead. You and the baby have so many people who love you to death. Focus on them. On us. I smiled. So did you choose a name? I did. She reached into the plastic crate, smiling dreamingly. Say hello to little Gravity.
Chapter 64, Row. Obituary. Hey, McMonster. Hi. Obituary. Are we still good? McMonster. Always. Chapter 65, Row. You look awful. Tate stared me down like dog shit he had to scrape from the bottom of his Gucci loafers, clad in a Catan cashmere suit and a chunky watch that cost more than a Hamptons getaway. And I say that with Sorry, can't fucking lie to your face. Hate your guts. You're one of the flakiest business partners I've ever encountered. I jammed my socked feet into my combat boots, shaking my head. At least I wasn't wearing that ass-bearing robe anymore. I was back to my Henley and jeans, my duffel perched on the hospital bed. There go our wedding plans, I said in a mocking tone. Don't be so touchy. You act like my ex after I dumped her for a French lingerie model during our Mediterranean cruise. People take shit so personally sometimes. Tate pushed off the door he'd been leaning against, striding toward me, hands tucked in his front pockets. Is there a reason you're here? I stuffed my hoodie into my duffel bag, zipping it. Other than clearly being obsessed with me, I'm sure you remember it's the last day of my ultimatum. You never gave me a date for the so-called ultimatum, I said flatly. Well, I'm giving you one now. He flicked his wrist to check the time. It's right fucking now. I hooked the strap of the duffel bag over my shoulder. You know I was just on my way to you. Really? His eyes narrowed. No. I was hoping being stabbed by one of the village idiots would be the wake-up call you needed. The final reason to get the hell out of here. Tate linked his hands behind his back, peering out the window. He was probably contemplating building a dildo-shaped skyscraper right in front of the church. As it happened, your hero complex has gotten worse. Please stop talking. I stood up, steady on my feet. I'll sign your damn contract. But it had nothing to do with getting stabbed. Cal had said not to wait for her. There was no point in sticking around if she wasn't an option. Finally, you've retained some of your gray matter. He snapped his fingers once. In an instant, the door pushed open and 2 suits carrying briefcases walked in. A third person trailed behind, a dark-skinned stunner in her mid-20s. Gia, I bet. She was beautiful. She was also very clearly human, which meant she probably wasn't down with procreating with her devil of a boss. "Where shall I put the contract?" she asked in an elegant English accent. "The ceiling," Tate huffed sarcastically. "There's only one surface in this room." Her lips shaped the word twat noiselessly, and she arranged a pile of documents on the counter by the window, producing a pen from her purse. "Mr. Casablancas." She motioned toward the documents with the strained smile of someone who really loathed their job. "I'm happy to go over the fine print and answer any questions." "That won't be necessary. I really don't give one shit what's in it. Hell wasn't hot enough for most of the people in this town. I was tempted to pack up Mom and Dylan and take them with me to London. The only thing stopping me was the slight chance Tucker was man enough to want to raise his child." "Wish I'd known all it'd take was a little prickle to take the air out of you." Tate gave me a once-over, folding his arms over his chest. "I'd have stabbed you myself." "Wouldn't doubt it," Gia muttered under her breath. "Uh-huh." I plucked the pen from her fingers, jotting my signature over the dotted lines as fast as I could. "Good luck winning the people of Stain Drop over," Tate chuckled. "Not looking to make friends here." I tossed the pen on the documents and grabbed my ball cap, pushing it down my forehead. "Anything else?" Tate picked up the contract, grinning at it as he waved me off. "All good. When are you getting to London?" "January 1st. Want a ride?" "Would rather hang on to a baby-oiled airplane wing to get there." "I'd pay good money to see that." He rubbed his chin. "I have a table booked at La Vie en Rouge on opening day. See you then." Can't fucking wait. I slammed the door behind me. Chapter 66. Row. "Surely she's not going to stay this ugly forever, right?" Dylan peered at Gravity, who nestled in my arms in my mom's kitchen. "Neither Tuck nor I have a gonzo nose." "Dylan!" Mom flapped the kitchen towel, marching toward her from the laundry room. "Da oggi si cambia musica." Dylan hopped off the counter stool, dodging the towel smacks. "My kid, my opinion. Also, I'm the one whose boob she's attached to 24/7. I'm sacrificing my killer cleavage for her. She's latching beautifully." My mother's face softened in an instant, and she started folding the towel. "I'm proud that you didn't give up." "How could I?" Dylan sighed. "She's not vying for a Miss Universe title with this face, is she? I have to make sure her IQ is higher than average. Apparently breastfeeding does that." "Como ti ho fatto? Ti distruggo." Mom was back to chasing Dylan around the house. "I should wash your mouth out with soap." I peered down at Gravity's little face. She was sound asleep in my arms. At 3 days old, most of her forehead hair had fallen off, but she still looked like an old, stern man. Contrary to Dylan's opinion, I thought she looked a lot like Tuck. "She doesn't know your struggles." I nuzzled my nose in her cheek. She smelled so pure. "You're gonna grow up to be beautiful and brave, and Uncle Ro will be ready with a baseball bat when that happens." Gravity stirred in my arms, sniffling. Dylan zipped toward me in a flash, already unstrapping her bra under her oversized shirt. "Shit, she hasn't snacked in 2 hours. She's going to maul me." I handed my niece over to her like she was a hot potato. My life was miserable enough these days without adding watching my baby sister flash me to my list of unfortunate incidents. "I'll be in my room feeding her. I'll be upstairs doing the laundry." Mom planted a kiss on my forehead. "Should I stop by your room and do yours?" "Thanks, Ma. Already done mine." I'd moved here the minute I had gotten discharged from the hospital. There was no point returning to the inn after I'd signed Tate's contract. Word had gotten out fast, and everyone in town was officially done with my ass, just as well as Descartes was entering its last days of operation before shutting down. On the flip side, it looked like Mention had finally started taking his job seriously. When he'd visited me at the hospital, he had promised there'd be a police car outside of Descartes until we closed shop, and had made good on his word. I'd have started inviting people over for interviews, but Mayor Murray seemed eager to lay this case to rest, he'd said during his visit. She doesn't want small business owners and elderly women getting arrested. Can't say I blame her. But I could. Fucking Allison. Optics meant everything to her. Justice be damned. There was a knock on the door. I wasn't in the mood to see anyone, but it could have been Ryland about the restaurant. I swung the door open. It was Cal. I hadn't seen her in 3 days. Not since we'd had mind-blowing oral sex and I'd declared my love to her and gotten slammed with a rejection. She had little plastic butterflies holding her hair together, coveralls, and a stripy sweater. Her glacial blues set my heart ablaze as soon as they landed on my face, blinking repeatedly to tell me that she hadn't been expecting me, that she was nervous. She stumbled backward at the sight of me, and I itched to catch her and steady her. "How are you doing?" Her voice was soft. "Good. Better. Shit, worse than ever before. Why are we not together? I know you want to. You trust me. You're open with me. I make you laugh. I make you moan my name. What more can you ask for? Why am I never fucking enough?" Unfortunately, I was too much of an ass to ask how she was doing. "Is Dylan home?" She cleared her throat. I stepped aside, jerking my chin upstairs. She ducked her head as she passed me, avoiding eye contact. Every second in her presence felt like a sucker punch straight to the gut. When Cal stopped in the middle of the small living area, I noticed the tips of her hair were dyed flint, somewhere between purple and gray. Actually, she twirled on her boots to face me, and when our gazes clashed, it felt like a fucking car crash. "I wanted to talk to you." "What do you need?" I asked woodenly. I hated how transparent I was with her. An open fucking book, and a shitty one at that. She worried her bottom lip, shooting me an uncertain look. Jesus, had she changed her mind? Was there still a chance? "We need to get a hold of Tucker." "Why the fuck?" "We do?" I parked my elbows on the counter behind me languidly. "Yeah, he doesn't know he became a father, and as much as I dislike him, this seems unfair. And I also think a lot of the reason Dylan is stressed out is because she isn't sure where they stand." That all might be true, but there isn't much signal in the middle of the fucking ocean. I fished my cigarette pack out of my front pocket. It was surreal talking to her about anything that wasn't us right now, especially that idiot Tuck, who didn't deserve my sister, nor gravity. "He should be close to shore at this point," Cal insisted, ocean eyes clinging to my face. "We need to at least try. We owe it to Dylan. She went through the last few weeks without the father of her baby." I worked my jaw back and forth, too distracted by her face to pay any real attention to the conversation. She was so fucking beautiful, and the thought that in less than 2 weeks I'd return to not seeing her at all made my skin crawl. How the fuck did people live their lives not having a dose of Cal in it? Insanity. "Fine," I bit out. "Thanks." Cal's shoulders sagged with relief. "Do you have his number?" "Yeah." I pushed the cigarette into the corner of my mouth and fished my phone out of my pocket, tossing it into her hands. She caught it. "What's your passcode?" "Your birthday." "Here, I'll open it for you." "Great. While you're at it, please refrain from spreading your cancer stick fumes inside a house where a newborn lives. Now and until you leave, thanks so much." I found Tucker's number and passed the phone to her. She put it on speaker. It went straight to voicemail, just as I'd expected. When I went to grab my phone back, she yanked it away. "Do you know his captain?" "Sure do. He's one of the key service providers for Descartes." "Let's call him. Maybe Tucker forgot to turn on his phone when they reached a signal." She hit the search icon on my phone and inserted his name, tapping it with her finger. The line went through. Beep, beep, beep. We both stared at each other, mouths agape. The line clicked and a croaky voice filled the air. "Ro, my boy, how you doing?" Cal's eyebrows shot to her hairline. I thought on my feet. "Hey there, Sanders. Good. You?" "No complaints. Filled all 800 traps we sailed with. Shame about Descartes shutting down. These lobsters would have earned you another Michelin star." "Uh-huh." I traced my tongue inside my inner cheek. "When are you heading back?" Silence. Normally I was a fan, but I had a feeling this quiet was the result of mental scrambling on his part. Sanders gulped audibly. "What do you mean, back?" When are you scheduled to arrive in Staindrop? We've been back for a couple days now. Sanders coughed, and I heard him fumbling with food wrappers, cracking open a can of beer. Is Tuck not home? No, I said, jaw flexing. He is not. More silence. My blood bubbled in my veins, reaching a dangerous temperature. Any idea where he might have gone? I pushed. Cal was turning a pale shade of green. A rustling sound came from upstairs. Ah, nice burp, Grav. Your daddy's daughter indeed. Dylan whistled, impressed while descending the stairs. Cal gasped, pushing me out to the front yard so we could continue this conversation in private. She shut the door behind us. As soon as we were out, I lit that cigarette. That ain't really none of my business, Sanders stammered. No, I exhaled smoke through my nostrils. But it's mine, and if there's something I need to know, you better tell me now. Then, to bring my point home, I added, Dylan gave birth 3 days ago. We need to find Tucker and let him know. The little idiot, Sanders muttered, sighing. Congratulations to your sister, son. Children are the greatest gift of all. Sure about that? Because I can think of one gift that's even better, sparing you from boycotting your business. If you don't spill the beans right now, I'll tell all my East Coast chef friends not to fuck with you because you're a flaky son of a bitch. Spit it out. Look, once we arrived at shore, he got picked up by someone. I told him to go straight home to his pregnant girlfriend. That no-gooder didn't listen. I thought it wasn't my business, and it still isn't, but goddamn. The boy ain't the sharpest pencil in the pack, is he? What the hell is he thinking? Who picked him up? Ro, he sighed. Sanders. I smacked the wall of the house, about to lose my shit. Cal gasped. Answer me. It was Mayor Murray. Chapter 67, Ro. Half an hour later, Cal and I were sitting on either side of Dylan, who had just put Gravity down for her 40th nap for the day. She looked exhausted and sleep-deprived. What she didn't look was devastated, heartbroken, or inconsolable. Which was interesting, since we had just broken the news to her that her boyfriend was probably cheating on her with Staindrop's mayor. You mean he's in town and hasn't even bothered to check on me? She perked up, squeezing her own cheeks with excitement. Yeah? Cal squinted, studying her with alarm. That's what we're saying. Are you high on those pain meds? Nope. My sister seemed genuinely giddy. Cal licked her lips, still confused. Look, I know this is wonderful. Dylan stood up, flinging her hands in the air with a radiant smile. Oh, this is the best news ever. Dot, I would kiss you right now if I didn't know your favorite lip gloss shade is my brother's spunk. Cal choked on her boba tea, sending me a frightened look. She's not making any sense, I offered charitably. That's hardly news. My sister snorted, pulling at the collar of her shirt and rearranging her boobs in her bra. Do you have any questions, maybe? Cal pulled my sister's hair back, using her own scrunchie to tie it into a fashionable bun. Yeah, can anyone get me some M&Ms? I've been dying for sweets my entire pregnancy. Check her temperature, I ordered Cal. Cal stood up and pressed a hand to my sister's forehead. Nope. Seems fine. Maybe it's the exhaustion? Might be a brain hemorrhage. I stroked my chin. I'll take her to the hospital. You stay here and watch Grab. Don't you see? Dylan spun in place, a la Julie Andrews in The Sound of Music. Now I don't have to be the bad guy. I'm not going to be the one who broke this family apart, who took the selfish way out. Tucker did it for both of us. In fact, he did something so inexcusable and selfish, nobody is ever going to give me shit for leaving him. Cal stared at her in awe. Dylan, he cheated on you. Dylan shrugged. It only hurts if you care about the person. You must care a little. Cal scrunched her nose. You had a baby with him. Dylan sat back down, sobering up slightly. As much as I love Grav, and all jokes aside, I'm honestly freaked out about how in love I am with this tiny creature. She wasn't planned in any way. I'd been wanting to break it off with Tucker for months before I found out that I was pregnant. In fact, she took a quick breath, glancing at me anxiously. I had kind of done a thing. I signed up for community college in Portland, wanted to get a degree and start spreading my wings. I don't know, marketing seems cool, and PR. I think I could be good at it. I'm an extrovert. Dealing with people fills me up. My sister was the exact opposite of me. I felt drained just knowing humanity was still in existence. Of course, I withdrew as soon as I found out I was pregnant. And sure, I thought I'd give this thing with Tucker another chance. I owed it to gravity, to try to give her some normalcy. But Tucker just proved without a doubt that he cannot be trusted. I still wanted to break Tucker's nose, just for funsies. But I had to admit, Dylan had taken the sting out of my wrath. If she didn't care, I didn't care. Just as long as the oxygen waster stepped up for his daughter and performed his co-parenting duties. Thus ensued a hushed conversation between Cal and Dylan about Murray being a homewrecker, agreed, Tucker being an asshole, ditto, and tentative plans for Dylan to go to community college once Gravity got a little older. I tuned out and drifted to the backyard once Cal began enthusiastically researching portable breast pumps for when Dylan was in college. Mamushka can look after her. She's been bugging me about giving her grandchildren since before I hit puberty. Once outside, I took a seat on an axed tree trunk and pulled my phone out. Ro. Changed your mind about joining me in London? Not a whole lot of people to fake date and stain drop. Ryland. I love you, man, and in order for me to continue to love you, I have to cut the cord. I've met actual cunts less cunty than you. Ryland. I actually really like cunts. They taste great, too. Ryland. And I'm moving to New York, so no stain drop for me. Anyway, how are you feeling? Mentally run over by 1,000 trucks? It was hard to see Cal and not be with her. At the same time, I was an all-or-nothing man, and she had made herself clear. Ro. Like it's time to find a new best friend, one who isn't a sex addict. Ryland. You'll get over her. Ro. No, I won't. Ryland. You're right, you won't. But you'll learn how to live with that hole in your heart, just like you did before. Chapter 68. Ro. My hopes Cal would be gone by the time I got back inside after my trillionth cigarette break were crushed when I stepped into my living room. Cal was still there, massaging Dylan's feet on the couch, watching some kind of reality TV show with her. You're still here, I heard myself grunt. My default was to be mean to her if I couldn't have her, but even that was growing fucking old. Making her feel like shit no longer got my rocks off because making her come felt so much better. I was just heading back home. She stood up, readjusting her coveralls. Don't offer her a ride. She's not your problem. She broke your heart. I'll give you a ride. You never learn, do you, pussy McWhipson? Thanks. She attempted a weak smile. Dylan's laser gaze ping-ponged between us. She slowly chewed on a Z-bar. Keep your clothes on, kids. You don't want to end up like me. Cal was already sailing across the room toward me before she glanced at Dylan behind her shoulder. What are you talking about? You turned out to be the best. I did, didn't I? Dylan flashed me a brave smile, and in that moment I knew she'd needed it. That good word. Chapter 69. Ro. I spent the entire drive to Cal's house stopping myself from telling her she was being a coward while she longingly stared at my profile. I couldn't rush her, even if she was clearly fucking both of our lives up by giving up something just because she was afraid of losing it. I think Allison sent people to stab you, she blurted out of nowhere when I turned off the engine in front of her house. Like almost certain of it. It's possible. I reached into the glove compartment, brushing my hand over her knee accidentally while popping it open. I extracted a pack of gum and threw 2 sticks into my mouth. She has a track record of wanting people dead. How are you not mad? Her fingers curled around the handle of the passenger door, but she made no move to leave. She could have killed you. Back at you. I popped my gum, looking out the windshield with my signature boredom. She needed to do this. She had to face her bully if she ever wanted to step out of the shadow Allison had cast over Cal's life. I had my own beef with Allison, and I was going to go for her throat, but not before Cal found out for herself that she could handle anything, least of which was Mayor Murray. It's not the same, she cried out desperately. She formed an entire movement against you. I didn't take my eyes off her, waiting for the penny to drop. It's still not the same, she yelped. What happened to me was a long time ago. You let your past dictate your present, which is why you have no future. I reached to open the door for her. Word to the wise, fight your own demons before helping other people slay theirs. Goodbye, Dot.
Chapter 70. Cal. Obituary. I miss you. McMonster. Then do something about it. Obituary. Like what? McMonster. Change your mind before we say goodbye. Obituary. You can't promise me you would never hurt me. McMonster. You're right, I can't. That's why you have to take a chance on me. Love is a high-stakes game, bitchy. Show me I'm worth it. Because to me, you're worth the entire fucking world. Chapter 71. Cal. Never ever, All Saints. On Christmas Eve, I opted out of the festive dinner the Finches had invited Mamushka and me to on account that I'd have rather feasted on soiled toddler underwear than spend a minute with Melinda Finch. It was the last day of Descartes, but I didn't have a shift. No doubt Ro's doing. He knew I disliked big crowds. I wish you'd come. Mom curled a fuzzy, multicolored scarf around her neck, shoving her hands into her mittens. Melinda makes the best mince pie in all of Maine. Pretty sure she makes the only mince pie in all of Maine. I guffawed from my spot on the couch, fluffy socks rolled all the way up my shins. A laptop rested in my lap. In lieu of a love life, of any kind of life, really, I had begun drafting more of my hypothetical podcast episodes. It was pretty therapeutic. And by therapeutic, I meant it distracted me from wanting to punch my own face for screwing it all up with Ro. Again. Mom propped against the door for balance, dunking her feet into snow boots. Shall I bring you some leftovers? If they don't come with a side of prejudice against Ro, I murmured, typing my life away. What did you say? Nothing, Mom. No leftovers needed. I want to keep it light for the 10K run tomorrow. Oh, yes. She spooned her cheek with her palm, grinning proudly. I wish your dad could have seen you. Don't jinx it, Mom. You'll crush it. You've been practicing for weeks, rain or shine. She was right, but my issue wasn't the physical challenge. It was all about how I was going to handle it mentally. As the front door clicked shut, I perched back on the armrest of the couch and blew out a breath, flipping the laptop shut. I was going to come face to face with Allison tomorrow, really see her for the first time since I'd returned to Stain Drop, and she'd be able to see me, talk to me, taunt me. Ro was right. Even now, after all these years, I still let her get to me so much, I doubted my ability to complete the run. Worse than that, I think that in a way, Allison had messed me up much more than Franco did. Because Franco was firmly in my past. Allison was now a part of my present, too. She never did get her punishment. Karma didn't find her address. My tab with Allison Murray was forever open. She had tried to kill me, had possibly sent people to stab the man I loved, had an affair with my best friend's fiancé. To top all of that off, even though it wasn't her fault Franco had done what he did to me, she had sure had a ton of fun telling me my pictures were on porn sites. Allison Murray had tarnished every beautiful thing in my life and was going to destroy whatever was left of it if I let her. I wasn't sure why Ro let her push him around like this, but suddenly, urgency speared my spine to get up and do something. I couldn't let her get away with everything she'd done. In my time away from Stain Drop, Allison had obviously continued running people over on her way to the top. A floodgate had opened. All the digs she'd thrown my way over the years that had made me doubt myself, doubt my worth. No one will ever want you. You look like a broken flashlight. You smell so bad. Why can't you eat normal food, weirdo? You little whore. Are those pictures Franco uploaded of you still on porn sites? The internet never forgets. Anyone who ever comes on to you will do it because they know you put out. My fingers trembled, and I bit down on my lip to suppress a scream. No, I wasn't going to wait until I saw her tomorrow morning. Find out what she had planned for me. Let her control the narrative. I realized suddenly that I was the person I'd been waiting for. The heroine of my own book. It was time to take control. Time to stand up for myself. And for everyone I loved. Chapter 72. Cal. The River of Dreams, Billy Joel. The Murrays lived in a beautiful oceanside white shingled mansion, the type of estate that curved around an 8-car limestone drive with a fountain centerpiece and 2 Range Rovers parked up front. Christmas lights wrapped around the edges of the roof and the pillars on either side of the front door. I braced myself against one of the columns, numbness blooming across my exposed skin. I had walked all 5 miles here. Strangely enough, I didn't feel cold or uncomfortable. Fueled by the burning fire of revenge and hate, I'd plowed through. Golden chandelier lights spilled from the front windows, and the sounds of clinking utensils and laughter rang through the air. Was I really going to crash this family's holiday dinner? Seemed that way. Even stranger was the fact I didn't feel an ounce of embarrassment about it. I pressed the doorbell and stepped back, willing my teeth to stop chattering. I'd spent the entire journey here thinking about what witty one-liner I was going to spew once Allison appeared in front of me. "Karma delivery service, you have a package," was the front runner. But when the door swung open and an elderly man with shrewd, beady eyes appeared, all the words jumbled in my throat like clothes in a laundry machine. I blinked about 100 times a minute, my entire face twitching nervously. Tick, tick, tick. "Yes?" Allison's father peered at me expectantly, clearly unhappy with the unwelcome Christmas surprise. "Are you going to sing or something? Or is this a donation thing? Marcia!" He turned around to bark to the depths of the house. "Do you have any cash on you?" No. I found my voice somewhere in the bottom of my lungs. "I'm here for Allison." "Allison?" He reared his head back, bushy white eyebrows arched. "What business do you have with my dog?" "Oh, Daddy, it's fine." I heard the clink of heels on porcelain approaching. A few seconds later, Allison materialized like a mirage, a red-sheathed dress draped over her body, complementing her burgundy hair flawlessly. It was a shoulderless piece paired with a white pearl choker. She looked beautiful, yet, at the same time, ugly beyond repair. "I'll take it from here." She kissed his cheek, smiling. "Aw, so protective. What would I do without you?" It was a dig, and as such, it burrowed straight into my heart, twisting like a sharp knife. She must have heard my dad had passed away, must have known how much I missed him. Accompanying my pain was a dollop of pity. What a miserable creature must she be to try to get a rise from a recently fatherless woman. "Calla, you look—" She swiped her eyes over me aloofly. "Like pneumonia in human form. You should really take better care of yourself. You're already— what's the word?" She tapped her pout theatrically. "Prone to accidents." "We need to talk, privately." I hated how unsure I sounded, even to my own ears, how I couldn't see her properly, my eyes twitched so badly. Allison examined her blood-red manicure with boredom. "No, thank you. If I let you in, you'll contaminate my entire house." That was it. I hadn't even been here 10 seconds and she was already ripping into me. No more than Tucker Reed would, and he's an engaged man. So unless you want tomorrow's charity event to start with a grand announcement from me about who you've been sleeping with recently, I suggest you let me in. Her smug expression melted into horror. My hands shaking subsided and my tics relaxed. I had cracked through her exterior, broken the first of the many layers she had. "I have no idea what I have proof," I cut her off. "And a slippery tongue. As you said, what's the term?" I tapped my lips in the same manner she had a moment ago. "Prone to accidents." Allison peered over my shoulder before jerking her head. "Take your shoes off at the door." I followed her inside, bypassing a gigantic dining table full of food and her relatives. They all stared at me dumbfounded. Me being me, I decided to greet them with a little bow and a smile. "Merry Christmas!" And then, because I couldn't possibly contain myself, I gestured to Allison's back and added, "Ho, ho, ho!" "This one's for you, Dylan." "My apologies," Allison muttered, grabbing my wrist and yanking me toward one of the rooms on the first floor. "Urgent matter. Shouldn't take more than a minute." She shut the door behind us when we reached a guest room. It was probably lovely, but I couldn't see past my panic and determination. I squared my shoulders. She whipped around to face me, nodding her arms over her chest with a scowl. "What on earth makes you think Tucker and I held up a hand. "I'll be the one asking the questions. If you answer honestly, I just might reciprocate. No promises, though." Allison's face morphed into the exact shade as her dress and hair. She dropped her arms, her hands curling into fists. "Who do you think you—" "I think I'm the woman who can destroy everything you've ever worked for, and will probably do it no matter the outcome of this conversation. I have the receipts. I have the ammo. I have the witnesses. Drop the attitude, Allison. We're not in high school anymore." The more I spoke, the less I ticked. History was on my side. I strode toward her confidently. Allison stumbled back, bumping into a credenza and knocking down a flower vase. She wagged a finger in my face. "You have no proof about the Tucker thing. Don't you dare make up stories about me." "Sanders confirmed it," I said matter-of-factly, happily throwing the old captain under the bus. After all he'd done was speak the truth when he was confronted about it. "He saw you picking Tucker up from the port." Allison paled. "He needed a ride?" "Did you know Dylan gave birth the day before he touched land?" I slashed into her words. Allison's nose twitched, and she faltered. "Well, what does that have to do with me?" "Tucker was with you when we tried reaching him." "Oh, I almost forgot." I snapped my fingers. "Ro knows too." That made her mouth drop in horror. "You told him?" "Sanders did." I sighed, then patted her arm. "If it makes you feel any better, you didn't stand a chance even before he knew." "Damn, bestie, look at those claws," I heard Dylan's voice cheering in my head. "This is insane." She tossed her hands to the ceiling. "Just because I picked Tucker up doesn't mean anything." "Listen to yourself." I shook my head. "You really think anyone is going to believe you? Tucker has his own truck. He doesn't need a ride. And he deliberately gave Dylan a different return date so he could have a little time with his mistress." My eyes swept over her body. I was sure I looked as disgusted as I felt. "Out of all the men in town, you had to go for the engaged father-to-be one? And you have the audacity to call me a slut?" I hated the S word. Had never used it before, but to hurt Allison, I afforded myself this one-off. Allison's entire demeanor changed. She sneered, trying to seize back control. "Tuck and Dylan don't even like each other," she growled ferally, tossing her glossy hair over her shoulder. "They never stood a chance. Tuck and I are childhood friends. Our families went on vacations together. We babysat each other's siblings. She was an elaborate booty call that got out of hand. A plaything. It must be so hard to forever come in second place." I jutted out my lower lip, feigning sadness. I wasn't going to stand there and listen to her talking shit about my best friend. Not with Franco at the time, not Ro. Now Tuck made you his side piece. I trailed off, watching her wincing again, getting ready for a blow. I'm sensing a theme here. Want to know why? She didn't, but I was about to tell her anyway. You're always so busy tearing other women down. You never stop and work on becoming a better one yourself. No one in this town is going to forgive you for running around with an engaged man and a new father. You and Tucker will be written off for good. You will no longer be seen as a pillar of the community. But that's the least of your concerns. What do you mean? Her eyes narrowed into slits. What other concerns do I have? And just so you know, I'm going to deny it through my teeth, and so will Tuck. Besides, there is no such thing as bad publicity. People will play the did she or didn't she guessing game before letting it go and moving on. All right. I shrugged. Let's say you can survive the reputational damage. Nice delusion, by the way. Really compliments your dress. You still have the small problem of having to defend yourself from the criminal charges that will be pressed against you for sending people to stab Ro. Allison tipped her head back, laughing manically. I hoped she was a better mayor than she was an actress, because she wasn't about to win any Oscars for this performance. You're making some grand accusations here, don't you think, little Calla? Seems like you forgot your place in the world. You're the girl with the tics and social anxiety who is so scared of her own shadow she can't even look people in the eye. No one will believe you. Why wouldn't they believe me? I placed a hand on my hip. After all, it's not the first time you tried to have someone killed. I motioned toward myself for emphasis. Although, I have to say, you do a really bad job of offing people. I'm glad you didn't choose it as a career path. Your Yelp page would be a disaster. Allison rolled her eyes, which glimmered with unshed tears. She shook her head. Don't be so dramatic. We were dumb kids. No one tried to kill you. We were just messing around. You let me crawl back to safety with a shattered bone covered in mud and dirt. She stomped. You survived, didn't you? No thanks to you. And your little minions are grown women now. If I drag them to trial and make them testify, they'll sell you out in no time. The statute of limitations hasn't passed for our case. I checked. Every night before I'd gone to bed for the past 8 years, to be exact. My true crime love was partially due to the fact I had almost gotten killed myself. I had nearly become a statistic, something you heard about in podcasts. That had inspired me to look closely into my own case. Every obsession had an origin. I suppose I owed this to Allison. She'd helped me figure out what I really wanted to do with my life. Allison's back was plastered against the door now. I hadn't even realized I was ambling toward her and she was retreating farther away from me. Good luck stitching this case up. She gasped, a thin layer of sweat covering her face. A knock came from the other side of the door, making her jump in surprise. Everything okay in there, ladies? A female voice, her mother, inquired in a fake sing-song voice. I arched an eyebrow toward my nemesis, who inhaled a greedy breath. Yeah, Mom, fine. Do you need me to? Leave me alone, Allison barked, looking and sounding like a mean teenager again. Just go away. At least now I knew Allison didn't discriminate when it came to being a brat. Everybody got the same treatment. She waited until the padding of feet on carpet diminished before picking up where we'd left off. You were saying? I'm saying you sent people to threaten and stab Roe, I said calmly. And how did you reach this conclusion? She barked out a laugh, folding her arms. Glad you asked. My eyes bore into hers, and I was no longer nervous. I'd found my strength. It had been there all along, buried deep inside me. When I went to visit Roe at the hospital, I thought about who could do such a thing. Only someone with high stakes. And who is going to suffer the most if he sells the lot? You, as the mayor. All anger would be directed at you. Plus, I knew you had the guts to go the extra mile to make a statement. So far, so circumstantial, but I decided to do a little digging myself. Specifically, I had asked Taylor to give me access to the restaurant's security cameras that showed the edge of the car the attackers had disappeared into. I reached for my coat, pulling out the footage I'd printed out and a paper I had scribbled at home before I came here. This is the part where I should tell you that, unfortunately, you messed with a true crime junkie, one with a passion for unearthing and solving mysteries. I'm a long-standing member of an amateur crime-solving forum and posted the picture, asking if there were experts who could help me figure out the make of the car. Turned out that it was an Acura RLX, which is widely unpopular in our part of the woods. Only 83 Acura RLXs are currently registered in Maine, and out of them, only 7 are in our area. Since I could clearly tell the car was dark, navy or black, I found the license plate and the man it belonged to in no time. Niall Burks is the husband of your assistant, Lucinda, and the owner of the car. The person who normally drives it is his stepson, who lives all the way down in Massachusetts, which I guess was why you thought he wouldn't be recognized. But that's some interesting connection. I offered her the papers I was holding. She tore them into shreds without looking at them. Staring at her pitifully, I let out a sigh. That's okay. I have extras. Allison knew she was caught. Her mouth screwed into a grimace. Her eyes were 5 times their normal size. Her sins had finally caught up with her, and not a moment too soon. Lucinda and Niall have their own reservations about this deal Roe decided to go for. I have nothing to do with it. He already signed the contract. I smiled, putting the final nail in her coffin. Her body wilted with dread. And if that's the case, then I'm going to have Sheriff Mention go directly to them. Hope they have good legal representation. How lucky are you? I stepped forward, wiping invisible dust off her shoulder. She flinched. So many wrongdoings around you, and yet you are totally innocent. I'm sure your track teammates, Tucker, Lucinda, Niall, and Sanders, are going to be totally on board with your version of things. I made a move to open the door. Her hand came clamping down on my wrist. Desperation clung to her face as she tried to tug me back to her. No, wait! I popped an eyebrow. Yes? How do I make all of this go away? Her nose twitched. Give me a number. A number? She thought I could be bought? 911, I laughed. Oh, come on, she rolled her eyes. Be serious. I am serious. It's not about money. Everything is about money. I turned to walk away again. She slid between me and the door, blocking my way. I want you to know, I said slowly, that I will not be intimidated again. If you try to hurt me like you did when we were teenagers, I'm going to break every bone in your body in self-defense. Having these words come out of my mouth had a healing effect on me. They made me feel powerful and strong, a woman who didn't need a Prince Charming, who was her own savior. Allison licked her lips nervously, raising her palms in the air. I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to talk. How do I make this disappear? Obviously, I'm not going to jail. Why was it so obvious? Her rich white woman privilege was through the freaking roof. You can't make this go away. I shook my head. This is not an uncomfortable headline. This is about people's lives. Your entire existence, you've been running people over to get your way. Well, I'm not letting you off the hook. Your best shot is to come clean to everyone in town, tell them what you did to Ro, and then to back off, face the consequences. She looked disgusted, like I had just suggested she bathe in dog vomit on national television. Why would I fess up if you are not offering me anything in exchange? I am offering you something in exchange, I said. If you confess to what you did to Ro and me, I will spare you the humiliation of outing you and Tucker in public. You'll be known as a thug, not a hussy. That's the best and only offer I will give you. You're crazy if you think I'll go for it. I shrugged, making my third attempt to reach the door. She sighed, knocking the back of her head repeatedly against the wood. I could be thrown into prison. You'll fit in there better than you think. You don't understand. She pushed a hand into her hair, raking her fingers through her luscious locks. You really don't. I couldn't let Ro's deal go forward. The deal wasn't your fault as a mayor. Why was I comforting her? She was Satan's formidable adversary. Yet you had people put a dead coyote on his property, send him hate mail, slash his tires. He thought the entire town was against him. Did you do all of those things yourself? No, she said desperately. I Lucinda's stepson. It hadn't been Lyle, or Randy, or any of Ro's suspects. It had been an out-of-towner. All this time, he had been tormented by a man hired by Allison. It's a good deal, I continued, trying to wrap my head around what had made her do something so stupid and dangerous. You're evil, but you aren't stupid. Surely you knew once the dust settled on this thing, people would see there were benefits to the mall and the hotel, too. It wasn't just about the backlash. She shook her head, her tears falling freely now. I could have handled that. My dad wanted the deal to fall through so that GS Properties would buy his lots. She sniffled, wiping her nose with the sleeve of her dress. He's in a dire financial situation. Some of the investments he made were not smart, to say the least. I wanted to back Ro off from selling so my dad could get a shot at saving his own skin. He'd been in contact with this Blackthorn guy, trying to sway him to buy his lots. Part of the reason he went bankrupt is because he spent so much on my election campaign. He bled money to make it happen. I took a jagged breath and closed my eyes. I was definitely not feeling sympathetic toward her. Ro has his own business to take care of. Allison waved a hand, growling tiredly. Ro is TV gold. His name precedes him. He'd have made the money back in 6 months if he passed on the deal. He's on the fast track to becoming a billionaire, and nothing can stop him, least of all me. She couldn't keep the bitterness from her voice. That's why I tried so damn hard with him. He was another option out of the financial mess I put my family in when I ran for mayor. The man wouldn't budge. Just as well. He's not nice. No, he isn't, I agreed. He is something better than nice. He is kind. He won't tell you what you want to hear. Actually, he'd rarely do that. But he'd always do right by you. And what about Tucker? Tucker isn't nice either, she snorted. Christ with this woman. I mean, what's your relationship like? I asked slowly. Tucker and I are in love. She tossed her hands in the air. It's just the timing that messed everything up. He wanted to break things off with Dylan the week she told him she was pregnant. There's no love lost between those two. I think they're both equally miserable together. I couldn't argue with that one, especially considering Dylan's reaction to the news Tucker was cheating on her. But you still tried to be with Ro. My eyebrows slammed together. She looked at me blankly, like she didn't understand why this was peculiar to me. What does love have to do with marriage? The two don't have to coexist. You've always been evil, I said, to myself more than to her. What you did to me in high school scarred me for life. About that, she stared at her feet pensively, licking her lips. Calla, Another knock on the door snapped us out of our trance. Allison's father this time. Al, need any help? Tears clung onto her eyelids as she stared at me. She shook her head silently as if he could see her. No, she croaked, barely audible. I'm fine, Daddy. We both took a breath before she continued. Franco, She gulped, shaking her head. We were together when you started hooking up. She closed her eyes, one tear escaping past her lashes. I was pregnant. The whole room began spinning, rapidly spiraling downward toward a black, bottomless abyss. He had been two-timing us? That day, in the woods. It was the day after I found out. I was rabid. I was so mad. At him, at myself, at you. You were the other woman, the one standing in my way to a happily ever after. In my mind, we stood a shot. Only I guess you didn't know that. And the baby? I choked out. I still thought she was a horrible person. It was her choice to take the worst road possible when faced with a problem. But I no longer felt she was carelessly malicious. She pressed her head against the door, sliding along the wooden surface all the way to the floor. My father forced me to have an abortion. I'm sorry. And I was, for the girl she had been, and for the woman she'd become as a result of everything that had happened. Yeah, so am I. Most days, anyway. I bit my lower lip, trying hard not to cry myself. You could have communicated this to me. I really couldn't, though. She looked up, trying to control the tears. I had to take this secret with me to the grave. Before you dug it out, that is. Yeah, I took my anger out on you. Yeah, it was horrific. But no one knows what it's like to be me, okay? The expectations, the arm bending, being at your entire family's beck and call. You didn't have that. You walked around school proud that your dad was the kooky, fanny-packed physics teacher with the reading glasses that were taped together with Scotch tape. Why wouldn't I be? I blinked, surprised. This time it wasn't a tic. It was pure confusion. He was the coolest thing a person could be, unapologetically himself. She gave me the sad smile of a woman who knew she had lost the battle and the war. See? That was why I was jealous of you, because of silly things like that. And here I was, with all these rules to follow. I needed to be the best. And I just got tired. She let her head drop between her hands. So I decided to be ruthless. Well, you are going to have to be something you haven't tried so far. Honest. And tomorrow seems like the perfect time. I stepped around her, nudging her to open the door. If you won't tell people, I will. Kul kalb biji yomo. What does it mean? She glanced up, wiping her nose. Every dog shall have his day. Chapter 73. Cal. I try, Macy Gray. Everyone stared at me. That included pets, small children, and out-of-towners who had come to support the 10K for Kitty's charity run. "What are y'all staring at?" Dylan stomped along the police barriers that bracketed the road, Grav strapped to her chest, bundled in her baby Bjorn. Posters for small businesses that sponsored the event were plastered along the barricades, and the Christmas crowd was thick and festive, nursing hot cocoa with extra marshmallows. "Never seen a woman running before?" It wasn't that I was running that made people do a double take, though. It was that I was doing it wearing a neon yellow windbreaker, neon purple leggings, rainbow sneakers, and my mom's Technicolor mittens. I looked like I'd been vomited up by a unicorn. Glass half full, if I veered off course and got lost, they could probably detect me from space. "How do I look?" I asked Dylan, running in place by the barricades. "Like my firstborn's godmother." She winked, grinning. My breath hitched. "Really?" "Totally." She adjusted Grav's beanie on her tiny head. "Hey, it's only fair you get more responsibilities now that I dumped Tuck." "How are you feeling, Kalichka?" Mom yelled from across the fence. I nodded to her. "Perfect, Mamushka." "Focus on your breath," Zeta instructed seriously, standing next to Dylan. We were going to run a circle around the town and come back to the exact point we'd started from. There were maybe 1,000 runners from all across the state. I looked around, trying to spot Ro, but couldn't find him. Instead, I saw Allison, huddled in a corner with her dad and her former BFFs from the track team. They were all whispering and pointing at me. Allison looked cheerful, all perky and festive, like our conversation had never happened. To make matters worse, because they were always worse where I was involved, the number plastered on my back, you guessed it, was 69. "You can do it. For Dad. No, not just for Dad, for yourself, too." 5 minutes to go," someone announced into a megaphone. "Break a leg, Dot." Dylan two-thumbs-upped me. "Knowing me, I think you can count on it." I stretched and twisted, ignoring my bullies, my trauma, my past, which was right there beside me. "Don't you dare!" Dylan wiggled a finger in my direction. "You're Cal Litvin, and you are as tough as a diamond, baby. Show these girls what you're made of." The horn tooted noisily, ringing between my ears, and before I knew what was happening, my feet carried me forward, fast and wobbly. It took me a few minutes to gain my balance, to realize what was happening. Then, I became steadier, more confident. I soared, hovering over the ground, feeling invincible. The air rolled into my lungs, clean and fresh, and I took it in greedily. I was alert, but not scared. And I realized that without even trying, I was passing people left and right, until there was no one beside me and I was leading the race. Once I let go of my fear, I shed it like snakeskin, letting it drop to the side of the road as I plowed through. It took me less than an hour to return to the starting point, leaving everyone else far behind me. I almost wanted to stall when I spotted the barricades, cheering people, and hot cocoa stands. I didn't want the run to end. But as I inched closer, the pitter-pattering of my heart had nothing to do with the run, and everything to do with the man standing behind the barricades, holding a glittery, totally 90s-inspired sign that said, "McMonster. Obituary. I like your stamina. Call me." It was in the same chat format we were used to, nestled inside a blue bubble. I nearly stumbled over my feet, laughing hysterically, wiping the sweat off my eyes so I could see him better. Ro waved the sign high, holding it above his head with that panty-melting, opaque smirk of his. There was a cigarette tucked in the corner of his mouth, and if that wasn't the most Ro thing I'd ever seen, I didn't know what was. I sliced through the red ribbon that was stretched across the road, pumping my fist in the air. "You did it!" Mom squealed from the sidelines. "I won!" Dylan did a little dance beside her, blowing a raspberry at my old track team members. "I did it! Victory is mine! Pay up, suckers!" "Ro!" Somehow I found myself running straight toward him. I didn't even care about people watching. He discarded the sign and ran toward me. We met halfway. I jumped on top of him, lacing my legs around his waist and hugging him close. He smelled of cigarettes and winter and pure masculinity. I never wanted to let go. "I'm so fucking proud of you," he murmured into my sticky, sweaty hair. "I'm so proud of me, too." Maybe I was a little tingly in places I didn't have the right to be tingly in. And not just because I did Dad proud in heaven. He withdrew his face from my hair, pushing my wet hair out of my face. "Why else?" "Because I stood up to Allison." He pulled back, frowning. "When did you have the time?" "Christmas dinner." "Dot, you savage." He squeezed my waist. God, I hated that we were going to be friends now. Platonic, cordial. I wanted his all. "Ro?" I asked. He lowered me down to my feet. Adrenaline still coursed through my veins when our eyes met. "She was the one who sent those people after you. She did everything." "I know." "You do?" I cocked my head sideways, surprised. He nodded. "She came over to my house late last night, probably after you paid her a visit. Looked like a wreck. Came clean. Begged me not to press charges." "And?" I held my breath, my eyes unwavering, studying his face. "And I'm fucking thrilled you stood up for yourself, because now I can finally get my pound of flesh." With perfect timing, Sheriff Mention breezed past us, escorted by his cronies. He sailed straight to the corner where Allison and her mother stood. "Allison Murray, you are under arrest for conspiracy, aggravated assault, and election fraud. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law."
Chapter 74. Ro. Obituary. Thank you for being there for me. McMonster. I will always be there for you, regardless of what we are. McMonster. How did it feel? Obituary. Like coming full circle? McMonster. Well, if you want to come in any other way, you know where to find me. Obituary. Very mature. McMonster. I never claimed to be mature. Obituary. What do you claim to be then? McMonster. Unfortunately, yours. Chapter 75. Ro. I oftentimes thought of my life as a string of unfortunate events, sparsely punctuated by orgasmic food, pompous TV executives, and my mother asking me if I was wearing a sweater. The shittery that was my luck could not be further highlighted than on January 1st, when I found myself sharing a cab with Cal, which took us straight to the airport. Friends my ass. I still wanted to feast on her pussy and fill her everywhere with my fingers, cock, and tongue. Naturally, our flights were only an hour apart, so our families had urged us to ride there together. That way Cal won't have to pay for a cab. You are very poor, aren't you, Bambina? My mother possessed a lot of positive traits, but a filter wasn't one of them. They do make a point. Cal had winced, glancing at me. I mean, we can eliminate some of our carbon footprint. I didn't have the heart to tell her I regularly rented private planes to run errands, or that I had owned 7 cars simultaneously while living in Paris. Instead, I had nodded stoically. Now here we were, 24 hours later, crammed in the backseat of a yellow Ford Galaxy, buried in duffel bags and backpacks, with Cal using an enthusiastic voice while the driver told her earnestly About how a week ago some dude bro had tried to short him $10 for a ride. So the driver had pulled out his gun and told the dude bro to give him everything in his wallet, including some credit cards, a picture of his mom, and a condom. I didn't know if Cal was aware we were listening to a tale of a man who'd robbed his customer and was too frightened to point it out, or if it flew right over her head. Either way, I scooted close to her in case she needed me to take a bullet for her. Forever the knight in chef jacket's armor. Anyway, so thanks for the super fun conversation, she muttered, plastering her shoulders to mine. Yep, her creepometer was definitely dinging. I'm getting sleepy. Are you getting sleepy, Ro? No, I said aloofly, wide awake and as alert as a fucking dog who heard a can opening. I think I'll take a little silent nap. She ignored me, squeezing her eyes shut like a child to stop the conversation. Unfortunately, with Cal being Cal, she really did fall asleep on my shoulder for the remainder of the journey to the airport, which meant I had to deal both with an impending heartbreak and an erection from hell. An hour later, we were dropped at the airport. Cal checked her watch, a pink Casio with pastel-colored numbers and no frills. We still have time for a coffee together? Her gaze was hopeful. We did, but I didn't want to prolong the inevitable. Didn't want to spend another second with the woman I knew was going to walk away with a piece of my heart. I slung my duffel bag over my shoulders, shaking my head. I think I'm going to catch up on emails in the first-class lounge. Her face fell. I knew she liked spending time together. She liked the banter, the talks into the night, the running, the orgasms. She just didn't want to put her heart at risk. I accepted that, respected that even, but I didn't have to fucking like it. I understand, she swallowed. We stopped in front of TSA, 3 feet apart. The bustling of people running in all directions to make it to their flights drowned us in noise. Seriously, you've been nothing but amazing to me, with the employment and the running and the sex, and I didn't reciprocate. There was a beat. Other than the sex part, I was a goddamn nymph, and we both know it. She held up her chin. She thought she hadn't done shit for me? That was ridiculous. I stepped forward, driving the point home one more time. Let me make something very clear here. I love cooking. I love traveling. I love money. I took a breath. But I love you more than all of those things combined. That won't change tomorrow, next month, or next year. You've given me in 8 weeks what I haven't had in 26 years. You've given me smiles, laughs, warmth, and hope. But I have to protect my own heart too, and right now, spending time with you is killing me. If one day, be it near or far, you change your mind, you know where to find me. Until then, it's all or nothing, and I'll take nothing over something. I understand. Her voice was strained and she raked her fingers over her hair. Jesus, I hate myself for not throwing caution to the wind and just going for it. What's wrong with me? Someone bumped their shoulder against mine on their run to catch a flight. I smirked. Nothing's wrong with you. You're perfect just the way you are. Hey, I got you a goodbye gift. I slid the duffel bag from my shoulder and unzipped it, rummaging to find a box the size of a cigarette pack. I tossed it into her hands. She caught it midair, about to pry it open. No. I snapped it shut before she could take a peek. Open it when you get back home. She arched an eyebrow. I'm flattered that you think I possess that kind of self-control, but have you ever seen me next to a Cinnabon box? If the time in Staindrop has taught me anything, Dot, it's that you possess a lot of things you don't know you do. That's why I didn't spear Allison's head after you told me what happened between you two. Because I knew it was your fight to fight. And you did it. You stood up to your bully and you annihilated her. You showed yourself that you can, that you always could. You broke the cycle and didn't let the cycle break you. You are a fucking rock star, and I want you to remember that every time you doubt yourself. That there's a guy out there in the world who worships the ground you walk upon. That you marked him so thoroughly he'll never forget you. I grabbed her hand and laced our fingers together. We both looked down, and she noticed the new tattoo on my inner forearm of a perfect, round dot. She closed her eyes, fighting tears. I want you to know, Ambrose Casablancas, that if I could ever be with anyone, it would be with you. I smiled, letting go of her fingers, drifting away, apart. I know, Dot. I know.
Chapter 76. Cal. Obituary. Hey. The user McMonster is no longer active. Chapter 77. Cal. Everybody hurts. REM. I spent the flight from Maine to New York crying hysterically in my seat, smearing saliva, snot, and other bodily fluids onto the window. The person sitting next to me was so alarmed and uncomfortable, he took 4 stretch-your-limbs walks on an hour-and-a-half flight. I should have been elated Allison had finally gotten hers. Karma had delivered a knockout blow. My childhood enemy had to pay $50,000 in bail as she awaited trial for what she'd done to me and Roe. Speaking of Roe, his good reputation in Stain Drop had been restored. Mom texted me that everybody now realized that the deal had always been good for the town. It was all Mayor Murray's manipulative spin that had gotten people reeling. Word had gotten out and spread like fire in a desert field. The fact that Allison had done the walk of shame into jail helped. But what also helped was that awful Tate guy who decided to send his lovely assistant to one of the town hall meetings and explain what they should expect. She had brought blueprints, renderings, and even did an entire presentation. It turned out that when you were transparent and open with people, they really did come to the table with open hearts and minds. Glass half full? I was relieved to leave an encouraged and strong mom behind. Before I'd left, I'd opened her an Etsy seller account and had even taken super cute pictures of her mittens from all angles. Her first order had come through half an hour after the store was up and running. We'd both jumped up and down and screamed in each other's faces for 5 minutes straight. I'd never told her it had come from a friend in New York who I'd specifically asked to purchase the mittens. I had Venmo'd her beforehand to show her I was good for the money. Glass half empty, I was devastated to say goodbye to Roe. But I reminded myself the last 8 weeks had been nothing but a weird roller coaster experience. The job, the affair, the running. I was just confused, on sensory overload. Yup, that must have been it. I would go back to New York and return to my normal, curated life, where boys were unwelcome and I was safe to procrastinate in the comfort of my own home. And by home, I meant apartment. Okay, shoebox. All I needed was to slide back into my routine, to my job as a waitress, to good tips, to writing, then deleting, then giving myself excuses for why I didn't record my first podcast episode. I'd lived my entire adult life without Ro Casablancas and survived just fine. He wasn't going to turn everything upside down on me because of a few orgasms, a heartfelt love declaration, and 2 tattoos of me. I wasn't so easily swayed. I stumbled out of the plane straight into the arms of a snowstorm. It took me 3 hours to get to my apartment, which greeted me with a stench more fitting an assortment of rotten bodies jammed inside a sewer. I didn't have a pet, did I? No, I was sure I'd have remembered adopting one. Who had died then, and more importantly, what had made them think it was okay to do so at my place? The answer to that question presented itself in my kitchen when I realized I had taken out my milk with every intention of throwing it away before leaving, but had ended up just leaving it on the counter. The red carton had molded at the edges, its mouth adorned with green, crusty milk, a halo of flies flying around it. Back to my glamorous life it is. You're fine. It's just bad luck, I sing-songed to myself as I wrapped the carton in a garbage bag, triple-tied it, and threw it in the trash can. I then cracked a window to let the air circulate, took a quick shower, slipped into super warm and comfy clothes, and made my way downstairs to the bodega to stock up on necessities. In necessities, I also included a $2 discounted wine I polished off in front of Love is Blind. This wasn't a cry for help. This was a wail that could probably have been heard in parallel universes. Was love blind? I didn't think so. If it hadn't been for Rose and my mutual attraction, I would have never found out that beneath the grumpiness and dry one-liners hid my favorite person. Truth was, love was the best or worst thing that could ever happen to you. It all depended on whether you had the courage to accept it. I turned off the TV and tossed my head against the back of the couch, letting out a groan. Maybe everything felt off because I still hadn't slid back into my old routine. I took my phone out and texted my previous boss at the eatery I'd worked for. Cal. Hey, Steven, it's Cal. I'm back in town. Any work available for me? Looking for full-time. Thanks. He answered after less than a minute. Steven. Hey, Cal. Yes, we need someone full-time who is willing to pull some double shifts sometimes. Should I put you on next week's schedule? Cal. Yes, please. Steven. How about that date I've been vying for the past 3 years? Cal. No, thank you. Steven. Hey, doesn't hurt to ask, LOL. Unless you've asked that every day since we met while I was still in college, then it's just creepy. See? All good. Great, even. I made myself ramen with an egg in it, snapping a picture of the culinary miracle and sending it to Taylor, who'd always tried talking me into giving my food a facelift. He answered almost immediately. Taylor. Does that mean you're going to start using garlic and scallions like an actual grown-up? Cal. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm still drinking Kool-Aid with this meal. I put on my favorite true crime podcast. I waited for the pesky feeling of hollowness to leave me. It didn't, so I called Mamushka. Talked to her for 20 minutes. She was working on a new mitten collection, eating orange cake and sipping tea. She sounded normal. Happy. I hung up, pulling my lips into a smile and convincing myself that it was real. Nope, I was still feeling hollow. You're probably just exhausted from the last 2 months. Better call it an early night and try again tomorrow, a voice inside me soothed. Another voice that sounded uncannily like Dylan snorted out, It's only 6 o'clock in the evening, and you know exactly why you're like that, bitch. I rubbed at my forehead, sitting in my tiny kitchen, convincing myself that I hadn't made the biggest mistake of my life. You're still you, I told myself aloud. Scared of men, scared of relationships, scared of life. I washed my bowl of ramen, crawled into bed, and forced myself to sleep, hoping tomorrow would never come. Chapter 78, Cal. Closing time, semisonic. I woke up in a pool of my own tears. They soaked through my oversized Columbia sweatshirt, dampening the pillow beneath me until it flattened. The first thing I did before even opening my eyes was shoot a hand to my nightstand and pat it for my phone. Once found, I unhooked it from the charger and blinked at the screen, checking to see if Ro had sent me any texts. He hadn't. Instead, I got his half-civilized sister, Dylan. OMG, I think she just smiled at me for the very first time. What do you think? Dylan Casablancas sent an attachment. Dylan. Never mind. She was just passing gas. According to Google, she has a couple more months before she starts doing that. Dylan. Smiling, not passing gas. She passes gas all the time. I cannot stress this enough. We need to keep an eye on this girl or she'll never find a date. Dylan. In other news, I just mustered the courage to look at my C-section scar in the mirror. It looks like my stomach is smiling, like straight up laughing. The belly button is the nose and my tits are the eyes. Dylan. But you know who isn't smiling? Me. No one's ever going to date me. Should we start a women-only commune? I can create an interest form. I tossed a hand over my eyes and groaned in frustration. I didn't know why I was so surprised Ro hadn't reached out. He'd said he wouldn't. Even deactivated his account on Androphobes Anonymous. All or nothing. And the all option scared me to death. I couldn't even commit to making a damn podcast, and true crime was pretty much my entire being. Ro. Beautiful, raw Ro. What was he doing? What was he thinking? His new restaurant was due to open really soon. That reminded me, hadn't he given me a box to open when I got home? I was home now, even though this place felt like anything but. Before brushing my teeth, I ran to my backpack, discarded by the door, and retrieved the small box. My fingers shook when I slid it open. What could he possibly have given me? Money? A family heirloom? A ring? Sure, he didn't want to have coffee with you yesterday, but he got you a ring. Order that Vera Wang catalog right away, honey. But when I opened the box, all I saw was a key? An insignificant, small silver thing, the type to fit the cheapest door lock. I reached to finger it and felt a bump underneath the red velvet it was swimming in. There was something else under the key. I set it down and uncurled the rich fabric, pushing it aside. 117 York Avenue, Lenox Hill. Don't Google the address, just go. Ro. I choked on the orb of emotions jamming my throat. This man challenged me every step of the way. What would life with him be like? Full of surprises and sex and laughs. Happy. Did I deserve happiness? Or had I turned my back on him because I never believed I could have it in the first place? Even though I was the nosiest human recorded on Earth, I didn't have it in me not to follow his instructions. What if he was there, wherever it was, waiting for me on one knee, ready to ask for my hand in marriage? Then he'll have to make himself comfortable and wait a little longer. I had to fix myself to minimize the chances of him getting fined for littering for standing next to me. I immediately proceeded to glam up. I washed, dried, and curled my hair to perfection, contoured my face to its last inch. I wore my most flattering pair of jeans, pairing them with trendy non-neon boots, put on an elegant jacket that did not offend entire continents. The whole time I got ready, I had no doubt in my mind that Ro would be waiting for me, that this was all an elaborate way to win my heart. But as I settled into my seat on the subway, my body shop perfume mixing with the greasy takeout the person next to me was scarfing down, I began second-guessing myself. First of all, I knew he had gotten on a plane to London yesterday. He'd mentioned an early morning meeting with Tate, and Ro wasn't the type to screw people over. Second, he hadn't seemed on the verge of trying to win me over yesterday. On the contrary, he'd put the ball firmly in my empty, stupid, dead-grassed court. Third, it just wasn't Ro's speed, begging for affection. We all made peace with the treatment we believed we deserved. Ambrose Casablancas knew his worth, and he was worth more than a flaky woman who was scared to have feelings. He loved me, I knew, was crazy about me even, and would always be there for me if I needed him. But he wasn't going to chase me around like a puppy. Then what was the key in my hand supposed to symbolize? Where was I going? I got off the train and walked the rest of the way to the address on the mangled piece of paper. The crisp winter air slapped my face, and my fingers were frozen to the point of numbness. Manhattan felt extra lonely, if only because I knew we didn't share a city. The journey took forever, and yet in no time at all, I stood in front of a low red brick building. My eyes stung, the ice-cold air scorching a path down to my lungs. Soundbound Recording Studio. Recording, mixing, mastering. Make your dream your reality. I knew Ro wasn't waiting for me on the other side of the door. He didn't have to. He was doing the most chivalrous thing of all, chasing my dream for me. I sank to my knees and began sobbing. Chapter 79. Cal. Doo-wop, Lauryn Hill. 10 minutes later, I was standing in front of a bored-looking receptionist, eyes puffy, cheeks storm-struck. God, was I going to cry all day, every day, like a This Is Us character? I waved the key in my hand. I got this? I was blinking and twitching like crazy. Strangely enough, I didn't care anymore. It was like once I'd experienced being truly and thoroughly loved by a man whose love I valued, I had genuinely started believing my own hype. So what if I had tics? I also had great boobs and a quirky sense of humor. And I could pickle anything. I was a damn good catch. Case in point, I had gotten the hottest man in the world hooked. Wow, a key! Her eyes assessed me coolly behind thick-rimmed reading glasses, voice dripping sarcasm. Good for you! Now all you need is a door. She was in her late 20s, completely tattooed, with bright red lipstick and super short bangs. Tough audience. I think it's a key to one of the rooms here. A friend got me this to encourage me to record. I was about to say something before Ro's voice in my head demanded I own it. My true crime podcast. Oh, it's you! She perked up, looking up from her phone and gulping me in, sizing me up. Chef Casablancas told us all about you. Calla, right? Oh my God, he said you are a true crime expert. My cousin was murdered when she was 16. Oh, okay. Great. I plastered on a smile. I mean, not great, awful, terrible. So sorry for your loss. Don't worry. She waved a hand. I didn't even know her. He said you were the most beautiful girl in the world. That's how I was supposed to recognize you. Don't you dare cry again, Cal. Pull yourself together. I'm glad he spoke fondly about me. He booked you an entire room for a month. Said not to let you out before you finish recording and editing a podcast. She stood up, brushing cracker crumbs from her black dress. I stared at her, dumbfounded. She laughed. Look at your face. Don't worry, we'll let you out. But seriously, he is so awesome. Also paid for 5 editing sessions with our producer, Tom. That should have you covered. He'll show you the ropes. You need to book him in advance, though. My first thought was that I couldn't do one-on-one sessions with a man and that I should find a girlfriend to bring over to those appointments. But my second thought was, why not? In the past 8 weeks, I'd been kissed by Kieran, devoured by Ro, and had found myself in close quarters with men all the time. Without even realizing it, I had faced my fear. What's more, I had braved it. Wait, so when can I come in? I was waiting for the panic to settle in my stomach, but it didn't happen. All I felt was excitement to start working on this. I was going to record my own episode about the Towpath murders. A little English twist as an homage to Ro, who was in London now. Anytime. She shrugged, rounding the reception area and hooking her finger, motioning for me to follow her. As I said before, he booked you a room for an entire month. All hours of the day or night. We're open 24 hours, by the way. She guided me through a long, dark corridor full of doors, stopping in front of one. She turned to face me, opening her palm expectantly. I deposited the key in her hand. She twisted it inside the keyhole. We have a contract I'm going to email you that you need to sign. Terms and conditions. Basically, don't eat here, get drunk or high, trash the place, or have sex in it. How does that sound? Ridiculously doable, I snorted, getting extremely giddy about the entire thing. "You'd be surprised." She pushed the door open. "He had the room made for you. Hope you like it." I gingerly took a step inside and flicked the light on, put a hand to my heart, then collapsed against the wall with a gasp. No, he didn't. "Did too. Took him all night long." The receptionist propped a shoulder on the doorframe. "You must give great head. Do you have, tutorials or something? All I got for my 5-year anniversary with my boyfriend was a Starbucks gift card." Laughter bubbled out of my throat. The walls were completely covered in genuine articles about murders, mysteries, and crime scenes, all from the 90s, all yellow and worn out. There were dozens of them. A skull-shaped mug rested by the screen next to a brand-new coffee machine and a scented candle that looked like a skeleton in a milk bath chilling. "By the way, you totally can't light that." She pointed at the candle. "Fire isn't allowed, no matter how small and controlled." The corners of my eyes burned with unshed tears, and I was laughing and crying at the same time because apparently I was no longer in control of my own emotions. "How did he manage this?" I whispered. "He wasn't even in New York this week." "Yeah, he was." She frowned, giving me a strange look. "Christmas Eve." Christmas Eve? The last night of Descartes? The most important evening for his former restaurant, and he had chosen to be away and do this? "It was so cool. Came in with all of these newspapers and 90s horror movie posters and 2 handsome friends." Taylor and Rye, I bet. "Charmed everyone's pants off and worked all night." A dreamy sigh escaped her lips before she cleared her throat and straightened her back. "As a figure of speech, no pants were dropped. He is clearly obsessed with you." "Yeah." I looked around us. "Clearly he is." "You're so lucky. True love is hard to come by." Even harder to keep, I thought. Especially when you are me. Chapter 80. Cal. Cal. "Hey, how are the preparations for the restaurant going?" Cal. "Hi, just checking in. Miss you." Cal. "Hello. I just wanted to thank you for the studio you rented out for me. Very unexpected. I've been recording and editing like crazy. I'll send you the first episode when it's ready." Cal. "Hi, saw you on TV today. So cool. You're doing another season of Chef's Kiss. Just don't go around kissing anyone for real, ha 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 ha." Cal. "Not that you can't, obviously." Cal. "You don't owe me anything." Cal. "Not that I have been doing any kissing or otherwise any mouth things with people." Cal. "Speaking of mouth, excuse me while I shove a foot into mine. I'll stop bothering you now. Hope you are having the best start of the year. Heart." Chapter 81. Cal. You get what you give. New Radicals. If you ever wondered how long it takes to produce a 1 hour and 15-minute podcast, the unlikely answer is 7.5 hours. Yup. 4 days later, I finally did it. I recorded and edited a full true crime episode of Hot Girl Bummer. It had a beginning, a middle, and an end. I made jokes, I got serious when needed, and I dished out some not-so-known facts. During the production, there were tears, screaming, and a lot of breaking points. Tom, the producer's mostly, but that still counted. He called me an anal retentive perfectionist. It was done, and it was great. Not to toot my own horn here, but I would listen the heck out of it. I was proud of myself, proud of my achievement. Listen, I don't want you to get big-headed or anything, but I've edited and produced a lot of podcasts. Tom sat back in his chair, stretching lazily. He had the whole gamer vibe down to a T. Bearded, with glasses, a baseball cap tugged on backward, and a Zelda shirt.
Yours takes the cake?
Really? I clapped my hands together. Why? Was I fishing? Yes. Was I in the right to? Also yes. I'd never received any kind of feedback about my podcasting skills, never had a chance to hone them. And I was celebrating 2 victories. Not only had I finished a podcast, but I'd also worked on it with a man in the room. Just me and him. 0 freakouts, no meltdowns. It wasn't that I was trusting men more. It was that I trusted myself now. I felt safe because I knew I was with me. And I would never let myself down. Not anymore. I had my back.
You're a natural.
He hitched a shoulder up, laughing.
You managed to make it interesting and serious, but also know when to lighten things up. I mean, I had no idea the Scotland Yard was such badasses. The way they hunted the murderer down.
He shook his head.
Crazy.
I darted up, licking my lips and looking around me. I had grown to love the solace of the soundproof recording room, the cool of the air conditioning, that tangible smell of expensive equipment. So, what now?
Now I'm going to email you the finished episode, and you can post it whenever you're ready.
He grinned.
Oh, and obviously you need to implement everything I taught you about producing your own show unless you want to hire me. I charge $250 an hour.
Thanks. I'll remember that for when I can afford anything beyond ramen and tap water. I gave him a thumbs up. He laughed.
Now go share the link to your episode with your loved ones. You killed it, Cal.
I slipped out of the studio, waving goodbye to Kathy at the reception on my way out. Bye, Kath. Bye, girl who is sleeping with the hottest man alive. We still had to work on her nickname for me. I didn't have the heart to tell her Ro and I were no longer an item. As I poured myself out onto the streets of Manhattan and made my way to the subway, my phone pinged with a new email. Subject: Hot Girl Bummer, Ep 1, file attached. My heart missed a beat. I thought about Tom's words, about sending the podcast to the people I loved the most. Dylan, obviously, and Mom, too, even though murder talk wasn't exactly her love language. Then there were some friends, colleagues, the neighbor down the hallway who always gave me sugar cookies, and they were all great. They were, but they weren't Ro. The one person whose opinion I wanted about this was Ro's. In fact, he was the only one whose opinion I cared about in the first place. I stopped dead in my tracks. Not a smart thing to do when you lived in New York and the pedestrian traffic was insane. 2 people immediately bumped into me, groaned, and muttered, "Tourist." I tipped my head upward and closed my eyes, anguished. It was Ro. I was in love with Ro. I had always been in love with Ro. From the moment I'd first met him on the edge of the community pool, and he was a scrawny thing of a kid, and I was an awkward thing of a girl. He was the reason why I was still feeling hollow even though I had overcome my biggest fears, Allison, and starting the podcast. This was why I'd had sex with him when I was a teenager before I had gone to college. Not because I'd wanted to get rid of my virginity, but because I was desperately, pathetically in love with him. And my love for him was bigger than any fear I struggled with. I had fed myself lies, wicked little lies to protect myself from disappointment and heartbreak. Loneliness is safe. You're not in love with Ro Casablancas. This was just a winter affair. You can totally pull off low-waisted jeans like it's still the early 2000s. Lying to yourself was like indulging in an entire bottle of wine. It felt great in the short term, but was totally destructive in the long term. I'd told myself I couldn't catch feelings, couldn't fall in love, when all this time I was already in love. An all-consuming, radical kind of love. Oh shit. I needed to tell him. No, I needed to woo him, to show him how much he meant to me. A simple love declaration wouldn't do. I needed a 90s movie-inspired homage to show him I was serious. As it was, Roe had made it clear he didn't want to hear from me, or read from me, unless I was all in. And then, eureka! It came to me. My grand gesture. Yes! I threw my arms in the air, tilting my chin up at the sky. Yes, I now know what to do! Lily, honey, step away from the special lady. Two obvious out-of-towners sidestepped me, throwing an assessing glance my way. But I didn't care. I knew what to do. My first step was where it all had started, in Staindrop, where I had given my heart to a boy who had given me his all, and had forgotten to tell him that he was the one. Chapter 82. Cal. Emotions, Mariah Carey. I managed to spend the duration of my flight to Maine not crying on anyone's shoulder or exhibiting any mentally unstable behavior. I found Mamushka and Dylan eating pickles in my parents' kitchen. Gravity was glued to Dylan's boob like a magnet, suckling greedily on what appeared to be a full family-sized pizza nipple. Dylan looked gorgeous, like she hadn't popped out a giant baby a month ago. Glossy hair, flawless complexion, and a body that would make Elle Macpherson weep with envy. I was panting from running the short way from my rental car to the kitchen, catching my breath as I slouched onto an empty chair in my dining room. I screwed up, I declared. You're going to have to be much more specific than that. Dylan unlatched a sleepy gravity from her nipple and handed her over to my mom, who immediately put her on her shoulder for a burp. They seemed to have a system going. I was glad Mom had Dylan and Gravity to keep her company after Dad's passing. I also made a mental note to ask for a Tucker update. I'd been avoiding the subject in recent days, knowing Dylan found the subject uncomfortable. Ro. I grabbed the edges of the dining table, catching my breath. I screwed it all up with Ro. He's the one. Is this a love declaration? Dylan picked up her half-eaten pickle, leisurely munching on the tip. Yes, Dylan, it is the mother of all love declarations. I snapped my fingers. Pay attention. My confession was met with a loud, earnest burp from Gravity. There you are, sweetie. Mamushka laughed, cooing at Grav, who didn't even bother to wake up for the eructation of stomach air. That's a good girl. Mom, did you hear what I said? I eyeballed her through angry slits. I was spilling my darkest secret on the kitchen floor, and these two, well, technically 3, didn't seem to give 2 shits. I did, Mamushka confirmed, placing Gravity inside her car seat on the table for her nap. Good for you, Kalichka. I whipped my head to my best friend. Maybe she'd understand the weight of the situation. I figured it out. This was why I slept with Ro all those years ago behind your back. Not because I was a shitty friend, but because I was in love with him. Am in love with him. I never stopped being in love with him. He was always the one. I just didn't want to admit it to myself. Dylan stared at me wordlessly, a small smile on her lips. Oh, sorry for the TMI confession, Mom. I cringed. It's okay, sweetie. She patted my arm. I figured out the cause of your rift long ago. Well, I probed Dylan. Isn't that shocking? Dylan nodded obediently, plucking a heart of palm from her plate and taking a crunchy bite. Riveting. The local news is on their way. What was happening? I'd thought Dylan would be thrilled to hear Ro's love for me was reciprocated. Wait a minute. My face fell. Oh, shit. There's a baby in the room, Mom chided with a scandalized gasp. Shit, shit, shit. Yup. Dylan rolled her eyes, giving my mother an exasperated look. Baby's still here, but go ahead. Please ruin my child's delicate ears. You knew all along, didn't you? My stare ping-ponged between them. About me being in love with Ro. You're not impressed because it was all clear to you. Bingo. Mom saluted me with her cup of tea in the air. Why didn't you tell me? I shifted my gaze between them accusingly. Would you have listened? Dylan asked. Yes! I flung my arms in the air. Of course I would have. All Dylan needed to do was elevate one carefully plucked brow. Fine. I would have fought you until my last breath and denied it through my teeth. But oh my God, this sucks so bad. I'm in love with a man who was in love with me and tried to make it work, and all I did was stand in our way like an idiot. I buried my face in my hands, placing my elbows on the table. Dylan washed down her pickled meal with a liquid IV drink. What? I moaned into my palms. A man who is in love with you. Present tense. It's not too late. He's in London now. I sulked, looking up to glance between them. That is so far away. Now that I wasn't high on my own supply with finishing the podcast, I was afraid he'd forgotten all about me. He hadn't answered me back, had he? And I'd texted him plenty. There's this thing, Mamushka frowned, stroking her chin. I heard about it the other day in the news. Can move really fast in the air. I know which one you mean. Dylan turned to look at her, putting a hand on Mom's shoulder. That big metal thing? Long wings, gross pre-prepared meals, very crowded. Yes, I think it's called a helicopter. No, an eagle. Mamushka looked deep in thought. A plane, Dylan exclaimed. They high-fived each other. Way ahead of you. Already bought a ticket, I announced. Because even if he would reject me, it would still be worth it. Ro was worth it. Worth getting my heart broken. Worth trying and failing. Worth breaking my bank account and my savings for a ticket to a foreign land I'd never been to. Worth sitting in a metal tube for half a day, basking in the unknown, headed to a love declaration that was 100% going to be awkward and klutzy, like my entire being. So, what do you need from us exactly? Dylan frowned. Some help finding a few things in the clutter that is my room? I pushed up my sleeves. I'm going to win him back if it's the last thing I do. Mom grinned. Your father would be so proud. Go get him, Kalichka.
Chapter 83, Rome. Another restaurant opening night. Another reason to want to shoot myself in the face. The only thing stopping me at this point was the fact the floor was pure amethyst crystal. I dropped $50K a slab on that shit. Full house tonight? Tate turned to his assistant, Gia. Too bad it's full of fucking nobodies. Didn't I tell you to invite actual celebrities? The entire cast of Wicked and The Lion King RSVP'd. 3 MPs and a Duke, too. She was frantically brushing her thumb over her iPad, the blue screen lighting up her face. I wanted to turn around and walk out of here. Nothing felt worth doing since I'd parted ways with Cal. And the worst part was she kept on texting me. And every time she did, it took all my fucking mental strength to ignore her. I couldn't settle for half-assed, no matter how lovely said ass was. You're giving me politicians and West End actors. Do you want to lose your job? Are you allergic to money? Tate snapped. We were sitting at the bar. The kitchen was running smoothly thanks to Taylor, whom I'd brought with me. Sure, in my own asshat fashion, I'd had to be all the way in London before I had given him a call and offered him a position, an apartment, and a one-way business class ticket. But it was the right thing to do. My head wasn't in the game. I needed someone with an eagle eye to watch over people. "I'm allergic to assholes," Gia muttered to her iPad. "What was that?" Tate scowled. "If you're going to ruin everyone's evening, kindly get the fuck out," I growled at Tate. My mood was shitty without the added bonus of his unpalatable personality. Glitzy people roamed the place, taking selfies, cooing at the decor, at the designer plates in front of them, and at the delicious food on them. Wine glasses clinked, black caviar mafaldine and aromatic pork buns floated on pink brass trays across the room. I should have been on top of the world, but I felt 6 feet under. "Didn't that friend of yours, Ronald, say he was going to be here?" Tate scowled, glancing around. "Huh?" I checked my phone for the millionth time this evening. If she was going to text now, I was going to break and answer her. "Said he would. Guess he's late." The truth of the matter was, I didn't care one iota about Ryland not being here. I only cared about one person, a person who had sent me her podcast 2 days ago. I'd listened to it 300 times since. It was funny. Adorable, smart, interesting, enchanting. Her. It was her. "Well?" Tate grabbed his whiskey, neat, and knocked it back. "I am exceptionally bored. Excuse me while I go find someone to bury my dick in." He stalked off. "Please, God, make that someone be a great white shark." Gia pressed her palms together in a silent prayer, looking heavenward before continuing to work on her iPad. "You don't have to stand up, you know." I patted the stool next to mine. She shot me a polite smile, taking a seat. "Tate calls people who sit down at the office slackers. He bought everyone treadmills for their laptop stations." "Why are you working for this douche canoe?" I parked my elbow on the bar. I was genuinely interested to know. And it wasn't like I was needed in my own fucking kitchen for my debut night. Taylor was doing a fantastic job. Gia considered my question with a small frown. "While as a person and as a boss, he is a complete disaster, he actually pays a lot and is generous with my bonuses too." She glanced down, a little embarrassed. "I tried to find another job several times, but each time I get an offer, it's like he senses it. He calls me into his office and gives me a 20% increase or something ridiculous like that. I am making mid-6 figures for an admin job while all my mates make a fraction of that and work the same hours in banking and HR. I'd be mental to leave." I opened my mouth, about to tell her that it seemed to me as though Tate Blackthorne had a crush he couldn't articulate properly, when something caught my eye beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows of the restaurant. A flash of light, neon light. My neck snapped up and I looked over Gia's slender shoulder. She kept droning on, obviously thankful to have someone to listen to her. "Quite compelling bonuses, such as healthcare, both in America and the UK, which is practically unheard of, and a share structure in some of his companies. Admittedly, it isn't fun to work during Christmas, federal holidays, and from the hospital when I had my tonsils removed. However..." I saw it again, the flash of color, this time nestled between 2 bulky doormen outside. Whatever this thing was, it stood behind the golden barriers with the burgundy ropes. Wait a minute. A head full of messy, wavy brown hair, pink bomber jacket, high-waisted Levi's, bright red Doc Martens. Dot. She was here, in London, at La Vie en Rouge. I spotted her arguing heatedly with the doorman, using wild hand gestures and mimicking a sleeping baby. Her tics were out of control. She was blinking hard and fast. I was about to stand up and let her in, and fire the 2 doormen on the spot while I was at it, when she spotted me through the glass window. I immediately knew what it looked like. Me, sitting next to a beautiful woman who had her back to her. To make shit worse, Gia seemed animated and completely engrossed in our one-sided conversation. "Thought about leaving so many times, but at this point my entire bloody family is on my payroll. I told Mum she could retire early. She loathed her job so much." My eyes snapped back to Cal. She stared at the scene, wide-eyed. I knew how her mind worked. She thought I'd moved on, that it was game over. It had probably taken everything she'd had in her to even get here. I stood up, about to run over there and chase her, when she did the unthinkable, the improbable. She reversed on her heel, turned her back, and walked away, only to turn back around and face me. She took a deep breath, gained momentum, and literally barreled through the doorman, bypassing both of them like an NFL player and running straight into the restaurant. They ran after her. I stood up, but she managed to get to me before I could come to her rescue. "Row!" She slammed headfirst into my chest. Instead of moving back, she clutched my shirt, looking up and blinking at me with wonder. "Sorry to crash your, big date? Day or date, or should I say evening?" "This is not a date." I all but shoved Gia into a commercial oven to bring the point home. Gia works for Tate, one of my business partners. "Oh, sweet. Hi, I'm Cal." Cal offered her a hand with a smile. The doorman reached her, about to wrangle her from my arms. I turned my chilly look their way. "Lay a hand on my girlfriend, and she will be the last thing you touch, since I'll chop your fingers off with a cleaver." "Sorry, boss." They both retreated with their palms up, scurrying back outside. "I'm Gia." Gia offered Cal her hand with a sweet smile. "Lovely to meet you. Love the pink hair tips." Pink hair tips. Pink only symbolized two things, love and vaginas. I was fond of both. "I love your dress." Cal exhibited more of that lab energy of hers. "It's gorgeous. Where did you get—" "Dot, baby, focus." "Oh, right." She returned her attention to me, clearing her throat, her freckled face turning serious. I came here because I have something to tell you." This was so fucking wild. "Yeah?" "But," she rubbed the back of her neck, gulping, "I'd really rather demonstrate it to you." "I'd strongly prefer to receive any demonstration somewhere private, but I'm not going to stand here and pretend I'll reject a public display of, demonstration." Cal snickered. People began stopping what they were doing to turn their attention to us. I knew Cal absolutely despised audiences, so the fact that she was doing this, in front of the entire world, told me every word that still hadn't left her mouth. "Rye?" She peered behind her shoulder. Ryland materialized from one of the back tables of the room. He had been here all along? Fucker hadn't even come to say hi. He wrestled his way past the masses, holding a cardboard box and looking none too happy about it. "This is why I stick to paid romance gigs." He shoved the box into Cal's hands, piercing me with a look. "Get ready to be wooed." "Wooed," Cal corrected with a frown. "Same difference," Rye shrugged. "There's always wood involved for him when you're around." I punched his shoulder, hard. "You are ruining my big moment, fucker." He made a face and rubbed the spot. Cal took a deep breath, focusing hard on my face to drown out the curious glances and recording phones around us. "I thought about recreating the 10 things I hate about you moment when Heath Ledger sings to her on the bleachers, but I really didn't want to get on top of your new tables. It's totally unsanitary." "I sincerely appreciate that." "So instead, here are 10 examples that will prove I have always, from day one, loved you. That all I've done all these years is fed myself lies and excuses for the way you made me feel every time you were around. I know I don't make my own chocolate bars from scratch, and I didn't tattoo you on my skin, but you were always there. The best part of my day, the man to dominate my dreams at night, my anchor." She loved me? She loved me. Proof number 1. She reached for the box and pulled out an old Christmas card. "The first holiday card you ever gave me. I kept it." "It's blank?" I frowned. She grinned winningly. "Your mom made you give me one, and you scribbled on it to pretend like you were writing something. I still kept it because it was from you, and that made me extremely giddy, even when I was 10. Moving on, proof number 2. She dipped her hand inside the box again, this time pulling out a picture. She held it in front of me, her face bright red. She didn't like doing anything publicly. She was way out of her comfort zone. For me. "This is a picture of me and Dylan doing cartwheels in your backyard. If you look closely, you'll see a hint of your arm on the right side. For years, I've wondered why I'm so attached to this picture, why I keep it in my wallet at all times. We both look horrible in it. It was because of you, because a piece of you was there, and the reminder of you put me in a good mood every time I looked at it. Proof number 3. She took out a ticket stub. This is from when you went to a Weezer concert. I'm not even a fan, although the Blue Album was kind of good, in a totally ironic way. Anyway, not the point. The point is, you kissed the ticket when you managed to buy one because they sold out so quickly. I picked it up and saved it because you had your lips on it once, and I liked the feeling of owning something like that. I pressed my lips together, suppressing a laugh. What? She frowned. I was looking for that stub all over. I used to collect them. Thought I was losing my mind. Nope, you were just gaining my heart. 4. She pulled out a black wristband I recognized as my own. Hey, I frowned. That was my favorite wristband. I gave Rye a shiner in junior high because I thought he stole it from me. Well, you obviously cannot have it back because I'm obsessed with you, and now the entire world knows it. She gestured wildly to everyone around us. Proof number 5. I'm so unbelievably, insanely in love with you. She took out an O. Henry wrapper. Need I explain? I laughed. Nope. She had been keeping the wrappers, too. Note to self, check if my girl has a hoarding problem. Proof number 6. By the way, I only stopped at 10 because Rye said he couldn't fit all my garbage in his suitcase, and I couldn't afford to pay for his suitcase here myself. True story, Rylan groaned behind her back. She had come here using her last pennies to tell me she loved me. I was so going to marry the fuck out of this girl. Number 6 is the hard soap you used your entire adolescence. I bought one so I could get a sniff of you whenever I wanted. I may or may not have dried my hands to the point of peeling due to washing them so often. I just wanted to smell you. She pulled something else out of the box. Number 7 is a cigarette butt. Not just any cigarette, though. This was from the first time you let me try smoking. You hated it, I pointed out, ignoring the traffic jam of servers with trays waiting for Cal to move out of their way, and the entire universe staring at us for that matter. Yeah, but I loved you. So you did it to impress me? Why else would anyone try smoking? She snorted. Good point. Ready for number 8? Never been more ready for something in my entire life. Other than the makeup sex we were about to have in my upstairs office in about 5 minutes. Number 8. She took out something brown and small, biting down on her lip. Okay, don't judge me. But this is, baby, no. I screwed my fingers into my eye sockets. Yes, Cal, that's unsanitary. So is having sex on your chef station. The entire room gasped in unison. Kidding, she choked out. Fuck, I was about to be closed down an hour into my restaurant launch and I didn't even give a shit. Why did you save a... How old is this taco? I grimaced. 7 years old, she confirmed with a nod. And a half. Fine, closer to 8, but it was the first handmade taco you created from scratch and you gave it to me. To taste, not keep. Semantics. She waved her hand with an eye roll. You wanted me to have your first taco. That's like handing over your V-card. Number 9 is more orthodox. Thank God. She hunted for something in the box, fishing it out with flourish. Your favorite hoodie. Motherfucker. I had looked for that hoodie for months. Came with the territory of being too poor to afford a replacement. It was a tattered old black thing, but seemed in pristine condition. Did you wear it? What? Of course not. She looked abhorred. It would have erased your perfect smell with my overbearing Victoria's Secret body mist. What's number 10? I crossed my arms over my chest, smirking. I didn't care that everyone was looking. Didn't care that this was unprofessional, uncomfortably public, and would probably leave an internet trail forever. Cal pressed her lips together, looking at me unsurely. She blinked 5 times in a row. I softened, reaching to squeeze her shoulders. You don't have to show me here if it's too private. You've already gone beyond... It's not a keepsake. Baby, it could literally be my nuts and I'll say thank you. She took a deep breath, nodded, and pulled out a square, black box. Slowly, she put the tiny box down on the floor, but she didn't stand back up. No, she stayed down, on one knee, her shaking fingers about to open the box. Calla Litvin was about to propose to me. Fuck my life sideways. Ro, may I? I couldn't let her do it. No matter how good this felt for my ego, I wasn't going to deprive her of her princess moment. She deserved all the good moments after what that garbage human Franco had put her through. No, I blurted out. Her face paled, eyes flaring. You can't ask me to marry you. Her brows furrowed. I can't? No. I lowered myself to one knee. Because I get to ask you that first. Now we were both on one knee, on the floor, in front of the entire fucking restaurant. Ryland groaned from somewhere behind my shoulder. This is the most cringe thing I've ever seen, and I was there when Paris Hilton tried to launch a music career. Ro, Cal's eyes were glittering with tears. You don't even have a ring. I rummaged in the front pocket of my cargo pants, producing a Tiffany box. Her jaw dropped. How? I shrugged. You never know when the love of your life decides it's a good day to take her head out of her ass and come say hi. How long have you been on standby? She dropped her own ring box, covering her mouth as I popped mine open. It had a diamond so big it could barely fit in the box. It was a solitaire cut, the 90s popular design. I prefer not to say, I drawled. I didn't ask for your preferences. In that case, since our first kiss after you came back. That night on the swings? She looked puzzled. We hadn't even been together. Wow, you've got it hard, dude. She grinned. Not the only hard thing about him right now, I can bet. Ryland cupped his mouth, hollering from the sidelines. I asked you a question, I reminded her, ignoring my best friend. You got a pass for helping her put this together. I don't want to look back anymore, Dot. I want to look forward. So do you have an answer for me? Preferably this decade. This moment is probably streaming live on YouTube. Oh, yeah. Sure, I'll marry you. She flung her arms over my shoulders and gave me the best kiss of my life. As a chef, my future wife ticked all the boxes. She tasted delicious, just the right balance between sweet and biting. Most important of all, she tasted like forever.
Chapter 84, Cal. 1 year later. Obituary. Hey, McMonster. Hi. Obituary. You're back. McMonster. Only momentarily. I needed to sign in so I can keep all the conversation records before they're gone forever. Obituary. Are you ready to celebrate Christmas? McMonster. Celebrate is a big word. I'm ready to tolerate it. Obituary. Oh, shush, you'll have fun. McMonster. I will, but only for one reason. Obituary. Red reminds you of blood? McMonster. I will be spending it with the love of my life. Epilogue. Cal. Back for good. Take that. Doesn't she look so much better now that her face caught up with the size of her nose? Dylan cooed, nuzzling her nose against Grav's cheeks. Grav gave her a bitch you ain't no Giselle either look, spinning on her chubby heel and stumbling her way to the open arms of my husband. Let me say that again for emphasis. My husband, whom I'd woken up next to every day for the past year in our gorgeous London apartment. The first thing he'd done when he carried me back to his place after my love declaration turned engagement was give me a tour around our flat. Everything was so classy and decadent. I had turned to face Ro and asked, "Can we please christen the floor?" He'd dutifully obliged. Since then, we'd christened the carpets, each bedroom, the laundry machine, countertops, cupboard, library, and drawing room. We were faithful like that. I never ended up returning to the U.S., let alone stain drop. There was nothing left for me in the States. A week after I'd come to London, I had found myself a recording studio for my podcast, which was now taking off and already had 10,000 subscribers across all platforms. Maybe it wasn't huge for other people, but for me, it was a win. Mamushka visited us often. She loved traveling, and the plane time was a great excuse to knit more mittens. Her Etsy shop was thriving. She made a great living and enjoyed helping Dylan with gravity. As for Dylan, she'd tried encouraging Tucker to get involved with Grav, but he'd seemed grossly disinterested. He was still with Allison, who was awaiting trial for her stain drop shenanigans while on house arrest. Her reputation was in the same place her personality was, the shitter. Frankly, they deserved each other.
Don't listen to your mother.
Rose snatched Grav after she tumbled into his arms, tossing her in the air like pizza dough. She almost hit the ceiling. He always gave me so much anxiety when he did that to her, but it made her produce that never-ending toddler giggle that danced across my skin every time I heard it.
You were the most beautiful girl in the world, only second to Auntie Dot. Grav was always going to be beautiful,
Kieran, who was now good friends with Ro, pointed out. We were all sitting at a Christmas table, Zeta, Mom, and Taylor included.
With a mother like Dylan.
Dylan smiled charitably, taking a slow sip of her wine. She'd been dodging Kieran's efforts ever since she'd come here 3 days ago, and it didn't look like she had any romantic interest in him whatsoever. Guess once the raging hormones had subsided, the idea of entering a passionate affair with one of the most famous soccer players in the world hadn't held the same shine. I do know how to make them, Zeta beamed proudly. That you do, Mamushka patted her knee from the seat next to her.
This is very wholesome.
Taylor drained the dregs of his beer, surveying the place nonchalantly, one hand tucked into his front pocket.
I'm wondering when Rose's forehead vein is going to pop from sugar overload.
Soon. Let's go to the living room to start the gift opening portion of the night. Rose stood up with Grav tucked under his arm like she was a football.
I'm ready to give my wife her present.
What more could he give me that he hadn't already? I loved our life. Ryland made a face.
Please don't give it to her in front of a full audience. There's a child here.
Shut up, Rose said flatly.
Let's go.
Okay, eager much? Dylan looked around but slowly rose to her feet. We all ambled to the living room, ignoring our plates and half-full wine glasses in the dining area. The Christmas tree stood tall in front of the window overlooking King's Road. Mine first. Zeta shoved a gift in Rose's hands as soon as he put Grav down on the carpet. He opened it.
Nicotine patches? How useful.
Ro had quit smoking 4 months ago out of the blue. We had walked hand in hand along the Thames on a lazy Saturday stroll, and he had seen a couple pushing a stroller and smiling down at the baby. Wordlessly, he'd tossed his pack of smokes into a bin and never bought another one again. He didn't say a word about it to people, though. He hated it when people fussed over him. Mamushka made everyone kick-ass mittens. Dylan got everyone thrift shop finds that were wonderfully and uniquely suited to their individual personalities. Kieran got Dylan a whole-ass diamond necklace that looked like it had cost the same as a luxury car. Dylan stared at it for an entire minute before smiling at him. Thank you. It'll look great with my finest Walmart frocks. Kieran chortled, undeterred.
It's a statement piece, darling. No need to wear anything but the necklace.
Tisk. Ro shook his head.
I see you're not too attached to your teeth, Carmichael.
Dot? He turned to me. Hubs? I batted my eyelashes at him. I couldn't wait to give him my gift.
Follow me for your gift.
Thank you. Ryland pretended to wipe invisible sweat off his forehead.
From the bottom of my heart. Nobody needs to see that.
Even though I had just gotten comfortable in the recliner by the fire, I followed Ro's broad back as he waltzed through the corridor of our apartment. How big was it that he'd had to hide it in his office? He stopped by the door to said office and turned to look at me sheepishly. "I'm going to be honest with you." My face fell, and I immediately went on guard. "There's not a dead body in there, is there, Ro? Shit. I mean, you know I'm your girl for making it disappear, but you could have waited until everyone went back to their hotel." He stared at me blankly. "How much of a shitbag do you think I am?" "What is it?" I conveniently changed the subject. Ro was definitely not a shitbag to me, but I couldn't say everyone had the same experience. "I was going to say, I'm going to be honest with you, no gift you can give me is going to top mine." He arched an eyebrow, one hand slung on the door handle behind him as he blocked the way to his office. "Don't be so cocksure, Mr. Casablancas." To my surprise, he didn't offer a sexual innuendo, just drew a quick, nervous breath and said, "Hot girl bummer is the best thing to happen to people's ears since Pearl Jam. I'm totally not biased either because I'm screwing the host. I don't even need an office. My office is the kitchen, so..." He slowly opened the door. I peered inside owlishly. My breath hitched. It was a recording room. All 4 walls thickly padded. A gorgeously curved desk took over the center of the room. State-of-the-art equipment adorned it. Microphones, keyboards, huge Mac screens, and a lit tripod were erected in front of it. The wall was covered in graffiti art that said "Hot Girl Bummer." It had a total 90s feel to it. I was going to cry. A big cry, not like the small one I'd had this morning when I'd woken up and felt happy because everyone was here and Christmas was my favorite holiday. Or the teeny tiny one at breakfast when Ro had made me smiley pancakes with raspberries. Or in the afternoon when Mamushka and I had gone for tea at the Savoy and they'd accidentally poured me the wrong flavor. Man, I was a mess. "Ro, this is insane." "Good insane, I hope." He stood next to me, scanning the place like it was the first time he'd seen it too. "It was a bitch to work on, by the way," Ro admitted. "I had to wait for when you were out recording your podcast." I was so overwhelmed with emotions, I threw my arms around his neck and began sobbing into his ugly Christmas sweater. "I love you so much." I hiccuped into his chest, not so demurely, I suspected. I can't even explain it." Another bout of tears emerged. "Is everything okay?" Mom called out from the living room. "Ro, are you breaking up with her?" Dylan sounded pissed. "Or, let's be honest, is she breaking up with you? Because I can totally yell at her for you." "She's fine," Ro growled to our guests, gathering me in his arms, holding me tight. "You are fine, right, Dot? I didn't mean to upset you. I just thought it would be nice to make it official, and figured that this way you wouldn't have to book time in advance. But you don't look happy at all." He disconnected from me, frowning deeply into my face. "Look, we can forget about the entire thing. It's not a problem. I'll have someone remove it." "Don't you dare!" I pressed my finger to his lips to stop the profanity. "I love it. It's perfect. I'm just a little overwhelmed." "By how my gift is so much better than yours?" He gave me a cocky once-over. "Honey, you are not even in the race. Which brings me to my gift to you." I pulled out an envelope from the back pocket of my mom jeans, handing it to him. "It's not a gift card, so be careful when you rip it open." He eyed me suspiciously as he meticulously and gently peeled the top part of the envelope, slowly tugging out the unmistakable black and white printout of ultrasound film. His eyes flared, and the rest of him turned into a pillar of salt. Oh no. Was he going to burst into tears now, too? I know we haven't discussed it, I hurried to say, licking my lips. And I know that it is way too early, with both of us so focused on our careers. I don't know how it happened. I guess I forgot to take a few pills. Are you mad? I bit my lower lip. It was hard to tell, since Ro's usual expression was IDGAF. He wore it so well, he'd never bothered to develop any other faces. It was as eternal as a little black dress, which I bet he'd look good in too. God, my husband was infuriating. Mad? He repeated wryly. You know, that it wasn't planned. Dot, baby. He took the long ultrasound film that showed a very blurry little Dot, Dot Jr., wrapping it along the back of my neck and tugging me closer with it so our lips touched. You'll never be able to top this Christmas present in a million years, so don't even try. I won, didn't I? I winked. The Christmas gift competition? But Dot, you're my biggest win. He kissed me long and deep, in a way every girl deserved to be kissed, many times, by the boy she loved. And the next morning, we woke up for our joint morning run. With our feet pounding the pavement, the winter sun warming our faces, I tipped my head up and smiled at Dad, who was somewhere up there beyond the clouds. My hair tips are orange today, Dadushka, I whispered, because I'm finally happy. This recording of Truly Madly Deeply was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Narrated by Lila Winters and Teddy Hamilton. Produced by Eric Black. Text copyright 2024 by LJ Shen. Sound recording copyright 2024 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
up next to every day for the past year in our gorgeous London apartment. The first thing he'd done when he carried me back to his place after my love declaration turned engagement was give me a tour around our flat. Everything was so classy and decadent. I had turned to face Ro and asked, "Can we please christen the floor?" He'd dutifully obliged. Since then, we'd christened the carpets, each bedroom, the laundry machine, countertops, cupboard, library, and drawing room. We were faithful like that. I never ended up returning to the U.S., let alone Stain Drop. There was nothing left for me in the States. A week after I'd come to London, I had found myself a recording studio for my podcast, which was now taking off and already had 10,000 subscribers across all platforms. Maybe it wasn't huge for other people, but for me, it was a win. Mamushka visited us often. She loved traveling, and the plane time was a great excuse to knit more mittens. Her Etsy shop was thriving. She made a great living and enjoyed helping Dylan with gravity. As for Dylan, she'd tried encouraging Tucker to get involved with Grav, but he'd seemed grossly disinterested. He was still with Allison, who was awaiting trial for her Stain Drop shenanigans while on house arrest. Her reputation was in the same place her personality was, the shitter. Frankly, they deserved each other.
Don't listen to your mother.
Rose snatched Grav after she tumbled into his arms, tossing her in the air like pizza dough. She almost hit the ceiling. He always gave me so much anxiety when he did that to her, but it made her produce that never-ending toddler giggle that danced across my skin every time I heard it.
You were the most beautiful girl in the world, only second to Auntie Dot. Grav was always going to be beautiful,
Kieran, who was now good friends with Ro, pointed out. We were all sitting at a Christmas table, Zeta, Mom, and Taylor included.
With a mother like Dylan.
Dylan smiled charitably, taking a slow sip of her wine. She'd been dodging Kieran's efforts ever since she'd come here 3 days ago, and it didn't look like she had any romantic interest in him whatsoever. Guess once the raging hormones had subsided, the idea of entering a passionate affair with one of the most famous soccer players in the world hadn't held the same shine. "I do know how to make them," Zeta beamed proudly. "That you do." Mamushka patted her knee from the seat next to her.
This is very wholesome.
Taylor drained the dregs of his beer, surveying the place nonchalantly, one hand tucked into his front pocket.
I'm wondering when Ro's forehead vein is going to pop from sugar overload.
Soon. Let's go to the living room to start the gift opening portion of the night. Ro stood up with Grav tucked under his arm like she was a football.
I'm ready to give my wife her present.
What more could he give me that he hadn't already? I loved our life. Ryland made a face.
Please don't give it to her in front of a full audience. There's a child here. Shut up,
Rose said flatly.
Let's go.
Okay, eager much? Dylan looked around but slowly rose to her feet. We all ambled to the living room, ignoring our plates and half-full wine glasses in the dining area. The Christmas tree stood tall in front of the window overlooking King's Road. Mine first. Zeta shoved a gift in Ro's hands as soon as he put Grav down on the carpet. He opened it.
Nicotine patches? How useful.
Ro had quit smoking 4 months ago out of the blue. We had walked hand in hand along the Thames on a lazy Saturday stroll, and he had seen a couple pushing a stroller and smiling down at the baby. Wordlessly, he'd tossed his pack of smokes into a bin and never bought another one again. He didn't say a word about it to people, though. He hated it when people fussed over him. Mamushka made everyone kick-ass mittens. Dylan got everyone thrift shop finds that were wonderfully and uniquely suited to their individual personalities. Kieran got Dylan a whole-ass diamond necklace that looked like it had cost the same as a luxury car. Dylan stared at it for an entire minute before smiling at him. Thank you. It'll look great with my finest Walmart frocks. Kieran chortled, undeterred. It's a statement piece, darling. No need to wear anything but the necklace. Tisk. Ro shook his head. I see you're not too attached to your teeth, Carmichael. Dot? He turned to me. Hubs? I batted my eyelashes at him. I couldn't wait to give him my gift. Follow me for your gift. Thank you. Ryland pretended to wipe invisible sweat off his forehead. From the bottom of my heart. Nobody needs to see that. Even though I had just gotten comfortable in the recliner by the fire, I followed Ro's broad back as he waltzed through the corridor of our apartment. How big was it that he'd had to hide it in his office? He stopped by the door to said office and turned to look at me sheepishly. I'm going to be honest with you. My face fell, and I immediately went on guard. There's not a dead body in there, is there, Ro? Shit. I mean, you know I'm your girl for making it disappear, but you could have waited until everyone went back to their hotel. He stared at me blankly. How much of a shitbag do you think I am? What is it? I conveniently changed the subject. Ro was definitely not a shitbag to me, but I couldn't say everyone had the same experience. I was going to say, I'm going to be honest with you, no gift you can give me is going to top mine. He arched an eyebrow, one hand slung on the door handle behind him as he blocked the way to his office. Don't be so cocksure, Mr. Casablancas. To my surprise, he didn't offer a sexual innuendo, just drew a quick, nervous breath and said, Hot girl bummer is the best thing to happen to people's ears since Pearl Jam. I'm totally not biased either because I'm screwing the host. I don't even need an office. My office is the kitchen, so... He slowly opened the door. I peered inside owlishly. My breath hitched. It was a recording room. All 4 walls thickly padded. A gorgeously curved desk took over the center of the room. State-of-the-art equipment adorned it. Microphones, keyboards, huge Mac screens, and a lit tripod were erected in front of it. The wall was covered in graffiti art that said Hot Girl Bummer. It had a total 90s feel to it. I was going to cry. A big cry, not like the small one I'd had this morning when I'd woken up and felt happy because everyone was here and Christmas was my favorite holiday. Or the teeny tiny one at breakfast when Ro had made me smiley pancakes with raspberries. Or in the afternoon when Mamushka and I had gone for tea at the Savoy and they'd accidentally poured me the wrong flavor. Man, I was a mess. Ro, this is insane. Good insane, I hope. He stood next to me, scanning the place like it was the first time he'd seen it too. It was a bitch to work on, by the way, Ro admitted. I had to wait for when you were out recording your podcast. I was so overwhelmed with emotions, I threw my arms around his neck and began sobbing into his ugly Christmas sweater. I love you so much. I hiccuped into his chest, not so demurely, I suspected. I can't even explain it. Another bout of tears emerged. Is everything okay? Mom called out from the living room. Ro, are you breaking up with her? Dylan sounded pissed. Or, let's be honest, is she breaking up with you? Because I can totally yell at her for you. She's fine. Ro growled to our guests, gathering me in his arms, holding me tight. You are fine, right, Dot? I didn't mean to upset you. I just thought it would be nice to make it official, and figured that this way you wouldn't have to book time in advance. But you don't look happy at all. He disconnected from me, frowning deeply into my face. Look, we can forget about the entire thing. It's not a problem. I'll have someone remove it. Don't you dare! I pressed my finger to his lips to stop the profanity. I love it. It's perfect. I'm just a little overwhelmed by how my gift is so much better than yours. He gave me a cocky once-over. Honey, you are not even in the race. Which brings me to my gift to you. I pulled out an envelope from the back pocket of my mom jeans, handing it to him. It's not a gift card, so be careful when you rip it open. He eyed me suspiciously as he meticulously and gently peeled the top part of the envelope, slowly tugging out the unmistakable black and white printout of ultrasound film. His eyes flared, and the rest of him turned into a pillar of salt. Oh no. Was he going to burst into tears now, too? I know we haven't discussed it, I hurried to say, licking my lips. And I know that it is way too early, with both of us so focused on our careers. I don't know how it happened. I guess I forgot to take a few pills. Are you mad? I bit my lower lip. It was hard to tell, since Rose's usual expression was IDGAF. He wore it so well, he'd never bothered to develop any other faces. It was as eternal as a little black dress, which I bet he'd look good in too. God, my husband was infuriating. Mad? He repeated wryly. You know, that it wasn't planned. Dot, baby. He took the long ultrasound film that showed a very blurry little Dot Jr., wrapping it along the back of my neck and tugging me closer with it so our lips touched. You'll never be able to top this Christmas present in a million years, so don't even try. I won, didn't I? I winked. The Christmas gift competition? But Dot, you're my biggest win. He kissed me long and deep, in a way every girl deserved to be kissed, many times, by the boy she loved. And the next morning, we woke up for our joint morning run. With our feet pounding the pavement, the winter sun warming our faces, I tipped my head up and smiled at Dad, who was somewhere up there beyond the clouds. My hair tips are orange today, Dadushka, I whispered, because I'm finally happy. This recording of Truly Madly Deeply was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Narrated by Lila Winters and Teddy Hamilton. Produced by Eric Black. Text copyright 2024 by LJ Shen. Sound recording copyright 2024 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.